Hello and welcome to this episode of In Lay Terms. This is a post-election episode. We're going to do a postmortem because we are not conservatives, we are not liberals, we are individuals, and we don't lose our mind when we lose elections. We just figure out how to fight back better. All right, let's see. Let's go with Timothy Knight. Mr. Knight, I've never seen you outside of a tie. How's it going?
Oh, I'm Timothy Knight's younger brother, just sitting in because the one who wears a tie may have hung himself in the kitchen last night with his tie. That's a dark way to start, Tim. Yeah, Fred, let's go this way.
It's a good start to the new
Right?
government.
I had a full night's sleep last night, regardless of all the excitement.
Good to hear. I took some sleeping pills. I'm right on the same boat. Mr. Ham, Richard, how's it going?
Doing pretty good. I'm not as freaked out as everybody else is. I was watching the Sean Newman podcast last night, and they were much more depressed than we were because they were, really hoping for this blue wave that never occurred. And you know who we can thank for that? Their buddy, Mr. Trump, down in the United States of America. He got his bankster, Mark Carney, the guy he wanted all along in, so he's happy.
Yeah, it's one of the benefits. Like I knew after the first debate, I'm like, there's the chances of me winning are almost zero. I was hoping to pick up more voters, but I was basically just in it to just be able to engage the public and educate them, which I failed at as well. I realize now you don't educate people on the campaign trail. It's the 4 years before.
And in between, we have to learn that from the last election. We had our high water mark. We had the Freedom Convoy movement behind us. And then when they went all back to sleep after the mandates restrictions were left, we kind of went to sleep too. Here in Saskatoon, our electoral district association disbanded for reasons unknown. So we've got to rebuild that back up, and we got to keep our nose to the grindstone and realize that elections aren't just a 4-week or 5-week sprint. They're a marathon, and you got to start right after the election is over. You got to start building for the next one right away.
The elections are the Olympics. The elections are the Olympics, and if you're not prepping ahead of time, and you were mentioning getting involved in like municipal and provincial elections in the off time, school boards, etc. Right? Whether it's your local condo, get involved in it, get the feel for it, attend, like Payman was saying, actually attend debates just so you see what it looks like and how it feels. And from my perspective as an association CEO, we have a unique position where we can continue to engage with the public in a branded position, right? And build that territory. So I find it saddening when an association says, "Oh, the election's over now, we're going to disband." And I'm thinking, you spent all that time building goodwill and a presence and supporters who gave you money, right, to fund your efforts. I think you have a moral obligation to continue that pattern. So I totally agree with you that it's the 3 years and 11 months in between that are what are going to that would have retained that 700,000 votes that the PPC lost. Even if through all the anti-Trumpism, we had managed to strike 800,000 gain votes a second time, that's treading water. That would have been a success.
Yeah, I agree.
Right, as it is now, the PPC has lost federal party status.
Well, I'm sure there's the silver lining in there somewhere where we have to, recollect where we went wrong. I want to go to Matthew. Matthew, welcome. What do you have for us?
Right. Well, I must say, I'm just a little bit shocked today. When I was up late last night with Two Chicks in Politics on X, and they were doing a whole election coverage, in parallel with what you were doing last night. And it looked like we were really close. At one point there was only a 2-seat difference between Liberals and the Conservatives. And then it started to widen a little bit, but because we were anticipating all of the West, it was supposed to, make up for itself, and it would be very close. It looked like I mean, at this point, I mean, as of an hour and a half ago, we still don't have final counts. We're still. I mean, I haven't checked just now, but it was, it's not still confirmed that they have enough to combine with the NDP and have a minority government. Because it was 160 plus if you include the leading in the polls, it was up to 175. But depending on where that mark is, and that's combined, both parties, it could be 171, right? So I don't know what's changed in the last hour and a half. But there was that really interesting article that I sent you, Payman, from a guy who wrote an international bestseller about gold. And he said that this morning his phone blew up with people who have decided they want to move out Canada. And they're engaging his services. I imagine they hold gold and they want to get it transported or something like that, or put their money into gold and then go, exit the country and have that money be shipped internationally to where they're going. And this happened apparently as well, right after the Emergency Act was invoked. A lot of people with money could see the writing on the wall, especially if they'd lived, they immigrated from an Eastern European country. And they could see the signs of what was happening. And now this is wave 2. And I find myself it's a very sobering moment, to put it that way.
Yeah, I think we were calling that capital flight.
Precisely. And I think it was Pierre Olivier who mentioned, by the way, I did vote actually for the TPC here in Toronto. And I mean, even though, my gut told me, hey man, we got to stop this Liberal thing. I said, no, it's too late for that. I don't care. I got to do it. I got to do what my heart says. But it was Pierre Olivier who said that 500 billion or something like 50 billion, or it was some humongous amount of capital. I think it was in the hundreds of billions that he said left Canada permanently. These were foreign investors, some of which lived here, others didn't. In companies that just said, that's it. We can no longer trust this government. We're leaving. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if a third of the population of Vancouver just moved east. we're out of here. Whereas Hawaii looks good. It's companies that are 2 and 3 generations old operating in Canada and may have like import-export type of relationships are seriously considering, this is the second time this has happened. Right? What's that? Fool me once, shame on you.
Yes, exactly. Right? Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah.
Isn't this the third time? The first time was just before 2015 when Trudeau got in a whole bunch of capital. Like if you took out the housing, investment in housing, investment in everything else, just it either flatlined or it went down. Like it was on an upward trend and it just went like this.
Well,
was that related to the Freddie Mac thing?
I think it was related. I don't know about that.
No,
I think it was related.
Okay.
It was related to Trudeau coming in, and they knew that they were going to stop oil investment and they're going to green industry. And I think they just left.
That's coincident with the per capita GDP chart that shows America and Canada weaving right beside each other all the way up to 2015, and all of a sudden they start to diverge, and Canada's on the bottom, right? And then it's literally widened all the way to where it is, now, which is obscenely large. It's I think it's like 20%, approximately 20%. Because I interviewed Chris George, who's a very experienced author on globalism and also a very experienced guy. He's a consultant and he's ran campaigns at every level of government, and he's talking about his book, and this is a Stop C293 committee interview I did with him, and he had this chart which I can pull up actually if you want, and it shows the GDP just spreading like this from 2015,
and so then that's major contributors to GDP saying we're done, we're out of here, and so then the floor drops from what remains as far as productivity.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. Yes, good find. That's exactly it. And you can see, brilliant. That's it. And what that means, a rough approximation is if your per capita growth, GDP growth, is 20% divergent and it used to be the same, that means that your country is doing 20% less economic activity, and economic activity roughly translates to the generation of wealth. I say roughly because car accidents, when you smash your cars up, that generates positive GDP, but it's, not a good thing, but it does dump a bunch of money into the economy because the insurance company now has to go and fix your car. Your mechanic makes money, and the car parts company makes money. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So we are now the economic backwater of the G7 and even the G30. It's very bad news.
I was talking to my father this morning. I'm not worried about the defeat that I suffered last night. I knew I wasn't going to win. My dad's like, man, the vote share was so low. I'm like, well, it's a liberal leftist country. Like, what do you want me to say? NDP and the Liberals, they're one party. And I told him, I'm like, Dad, you own some land. Maybe it's time you've figured out how to, diversify, sell the land, buy land in the US somewhere else, because they're bringing an equity tax. And he wouldn't listen to me. He's like, yeah, I only own one property. I'm like, well, what about that one over there? What about this commercial you rent out here? What about the other commercial? He's like, oh, they're generating rent. And there's this resistance. Like, people don't want to admit that they might have to change their lifestyle to live.
Yes. I don't know about you guys, but I've just had a little domestic discussion and it's not going well. So it's put off now to the weekend to discuss, we have to make some decisions, I mean, it's a very serious situation, to the extent that we have any decisions that we can make, because, this is, there was a lot of people in World War II that saw what was coming, but they didn't have the economic means to get themselves out, or they just practiced a kind of denialism, which is it's a normality bias, right? You expect things, it's always, there's scary stuff that happens in the newspapers, but it never really gets that bad. And then you're in a boxcar, I mean, that's kind of what this is, kind of existential, because we're talking about restrictions of ability, and we're talking about the wholesale seizure of our cash and giving it programmable tokens instead. Which are gated, and there's gated 15-minute cities, and you can't buy a plane ticket to get out if you decide you want to.
Yeah.
Hey, I was wondering if I could share the screen here real quick.
Please do.
Go for it.
All right. So I know some people are tuning in. They're saying, what's next? Well, let's hear from our leader, Maxine. Many people, he wrote this morning, many people may be wondering today, is there a future for the People's Party? The answer is yes, of course there is. In only 6 years, our presence has had a huge impact on Canadian politics, even though we have not yet elected any member of Parliament. We propose a unique mix of principles and policies that no other party offers. 6 years ago, the PPC was the only party talking about the disastrous impact of mass immigration on our economy and society. Today, everybody knows we were right. The PPC was the only party that opposed lockdowns and vaccine mandates during the COVID years. The PPC is the only party that wants to protect our children against the crazy gender ideology. The PPC is the only party that fights for provincial autonomy, proposes a radical decentralization of the Canadian Federation. The PPC is the only party that believes CO2 is food for plant and not pollution. The PPC is the only party that wants to drastically downsize our big fat government in Ottawa. Without the PPC, there would be no debate on some of the most important issues facing Canada today. Canadian politics would shift even further to the left. The coming years will be difficult. We can expect more disastrous policies from the Liberals and more weak opposition from the Conservatives. But the PPC will still be there to offer different solutions. We will continue to force the establishment media and parties to debate our ideas, and we won't compromise our values. Thank you to our candidates, our volunteers, and to the thousands of Canadians who supported us in this campaign. And to the others, I want to say the People's Party will be there when you are ready. So I just want that clear that up. A lot of people were kind of moaning and crying, well, what do we do now? We've been devastated. Well, this is sort of like the results after 2019, right? It looked daunting then. We had the freedom movement behind us last election that really got us going. And like I said, they went to sleep afterwards. The freedom movement, after the restrictions and mandates were rescinded everywhere, everybody went, oh, we've won. But we haven't won, of course. They were just rescinded. Nobody, they can talk about using the Emergency Act for something else. What's next? The climate change lockdowns? What's next? So we gotta keep working and stay awake, because things are going to get worse before they get better. We always knew that. We have to be prepared for it. And I really think it's important that we stay the course this time. We learned our lesson that going back to sleep doesn't help the cause at all. So it's time to wake up. So what do you think, Timothy, about Maxime's statement?
I think he's right. I don't have any qualms with Maxime. I've met with him, and I was 2022. I spent 4 hours driving him back and forth across the valley when he came through southern BC. So I got to speak with him personally, just him and me in the car. And I have a lot of respect for him. I think the party needs to start acting like a party, and preferably use a business model and take advantage of the tools that are available to us so that we can circumvent classical media and get to the people directly in their own phones, on their own laptops, in their own computers, because that's where the future of media is going. And we can lead in that if the leadership decides we're going to act like a business, brand ourselves properly, develop a business plan and a marketing strategy, provide the training and the tools for the hierarchy and the vertical structure. And if the party can get that administrative and bureaucratic and the business aspect right, then the people will see something that's reliable, consistent, trustworthy, and taking advantage of the tools that are available to it. So the ideology is there, right? The ideology is there. The like you said, the voters are there. The people are itching for something. I would vote PPC. I like PPC's policies, but so they're there. We just have not captured them. And that's the best.
I was wondering if you think, Tim, that it's funding, like the Conservatives and the Liberals and the NDP, all the unions, they get really good funding, and they can have local offices. Like the Liberals, the NDP, and the Conservatives in my riding all had an office that they could work from, and they got more funding. Is there a possibility that in the future that we could get some funding? I heard about Frank Stronach, that billionaire that was supposed to be helping. Is that a possibility?
Pretend I'm in headquarters, or pretend I'm Martin Massé or somebody, and an external agent or agency, and I use those words implicitly, comes and says, "Hey, I'd like to throw some money your way." My first question is, "And what do you want in return?"
Yeah.
Right. So it's Payman and Andrea have talked about what I describe as a top, bottom, top, right? Grassroots energy and need and pain points at the bottom from the people, but with the populist organization strategy, the professional, the business, the politicking, right? So it's a combination of the two, right? It's not good enough to aggravate the people. You must provide a structure where they can call home, right? And so that is the opportunity that's presented to the PPC today. Are you going to provide the people an actual organization that can compete on a national level, right? If I was Nike, I'd have no sales. If I had no sales, I'd be out of business. And that's the reality, right?
I don't know if you guys are open to this, but I'm just sort of brainstorming as you're talking about that. And I got an idea that would just, brainstorming again is, you throw stuff up and it's not necessarily thought out at all. And it's, it doesn't have to be carefully thought out. I'm just going to toss this one out. It addresses the problem of the media, and at the same time addresses the problem of engagement and revenue and building community. And that would be to basically come up with a PPC app that got content. Really, go ahead.
I'm used to the hands up thing.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I was just going to say, like, with funding, it helps with the little things. Like, if you can fund pizza for every meeting, you'll get more people out. If you can fund, $100 a day for a conference room, that, you don't need millions of dollars for an ad campaign, but those little things get, it's the difference of 0 people coming out and 3 people coming out.
So I'd continue, Matthew. Sorry to interrupt you, Payman.
So I was thinking that just brainstorming, this app could be simply a portal that you would pump content through as you found it, both independent media stuff that you think is important that, you know, your membership, the PPC, would be interested in seeing. So you could grab, you know, free content that's out there from Vigilant Fox on X, from, I don't know, Redacted out in Stephen and Natalie Morris out in Portugal, or globalresearch.ca, or Joe Rogan, or you're not charging for that content. What you're doing is you might have some sort of a user fee for the app, but that you could also, you know, trade in content for, you know, in lieu of paying for the app. For example, if you agreed to at least once every 2 weeks, you know, contribute an hour or even a half an hour of content that you filmed of a bunch of PPC people getting together, having a discussion in a pub, even just about some of the issues that are going on. And then you were willing to, you know, put that up on as content, just a little, you know, for 2 or 3 people talking about some of the issues that are facing Canadians right now. That would, you know, cover your $20 membership, you know, for the month, you know, or something like that.
Yeah.
And the idea is that you could also, you know, arrange through this app meeting places and make announcements for town halls or gatherings of people in your community that could then be, you know, piped up and carried to other communities to see what other people are doing. And then you would, you know, have regular meetings. I know in Toronto here, there was regular meetings for the last couple of years in a pub downtown. And, you know, these things, if you could incorporate the usage of an app that would just allow you to, you know, get content and put it out there for other PPCers to see, that would be building community and using social media at the same time to draw people in. Anyway, just brainstorm.
Yeah. And that's good brainstorm, because it's almost exactly what I did with the Fraser Valley Regional Association. Is we created one single domain to represent all 3 districts that were here in the Fraser Valley, Fraser Valley PPC.ca. And I designed that system so it was a hub, right? So if you were from Abbotsford Langley and you came to the website, then you were going to experience it through that candidate's eyes. Right. And if you came to Black Hole, that candidate was the portal through which you came and engaged on the website. And so we published all events, we published blogs, and then we used the Wix platform, which is quite robust for this type of work. And so we were putting out social media posts, we were putting out email campaigns, et cetera, et cetera. There was not just party members who were input into the database, but also others who came and attended as well. And some of those hurt. Right. So while we're doing it as a hub-based website, it is exactly what you were discussing. A idea of an app and then a fee can be problematic with Elections Canada, but a website representing a region or representing a district or a candidate, etc., to which members can pay their membership fees. Right, to see where I'm going to go with that?
Yes, it's tax deductible donations, maybe.
Right? That's right. So what you're doing is they're contributing to the party. Elections Canada is satisfied because I'm not giving something because we're not permitted to do that. There's a limit. If you donated $200, I could give you a $20 shirt, and it's like a 10% thing. So there are limits on this. There are limits on what you can do as far as Elections Canada is concerned. But if you had a website proper, so quality CRM, right, quality social media distribution, etc., that brought a number of people together, published. It's what I understand with headquarters, that's what the national website will eventually evolve into. Right? So sometime down the road, people will be able to go to the website and engage through national CRM tools directly with their candidate. Right. So what you're saying is already a discussion that headquarters has had.
Great.
And it's a good one, because again, it goes back to the idea of completely circumventing big media. Yes. And you create I'm going to use the wrong word, safe space for people to engage in free speech.
Yes.
Free expression, because it's your own website and Google can go suck a nut.
Yeah.
Because it's your own website. Right.
Yep.
So created that space where people can come and talk about the difficult things without worrying about the big bad censor. Right?
Correct. And there's ways of armoring that. A good example is to, you know, look at someone who's already severely persecuted and look at what they've done. So, for example, Mike Adams, the health ranger, So he set up his own, basically his own data center, and he then created not only his domain, but because we anticipate censorship where they just take the domain name system down, he's published the IP address and said, look, if the domain name system goes down because they decide to, censor us, just use this physical IP. And if that doesn't work, I'm also creating a dark web entrance point. So that if you want to go through the Tor browser or something like that, go into the dark web. And it turns out a lot of the Fortune 500 companies have an entry in the dark web where you can go into their system, and it obviates the whole top layer of the internet, which is the censorable part.
That's right.
So, there's ways you can sort of anticipate what's problems that might occur and build that in.
Yeah, the problem with the publicly available World Wide Web is it's heavily policed. Exactly. And since there's 2 generations now that have grown up thinking that's the entire distribution system, that's the information superhighway, people only think in 2 dimensions.
Right. Exactly.
Right. Whereas you can think in all 3, and intelligent people before and after us have designed pathways through the internet in all 3 dimensions. Like I said, using dark web, and etc. And something as simple as this is the actual IP address. So if someone says, well, your domain doesn't work, well, this is the IP address. Just save it in your, put it in save
pretty
files.
bookmark. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And these are simple, and there's nothing the enemy can do about it. And I use the word the enemy intentionally.
This is I had to recreate it in ChatGPT. This is something Bill Tufts sent me in direct mail. I didn't want everyone to see my inbox. What he's saying is he's what we were talking about. He suspects a lot of people are going to move their wealth outside of the country as fast as possible. But then he made an observation. He goes, there's 3 types of people that vote, more so than others. You got the baby boomers. That's all they have to do is vote. Public sector voters, they're workers, they're invested. Immigrants, I'm not going to say they vote in high percentages, but they're told who to vote. Like it's a lot easier to manipulate immigrants. Perhaps it was 62%, 22, 28. Do we know what the turnout was?
I don't.
Look it up.
I don't. I heard 17.
Now look at this: the turnout rates for the boomers, public sector, and immigrants.
Wow, it's high.
I don't know if that's for this one. It's an estimation, of course, but the reason I'm bringing this up is we're here to do a postmortem, and that involves figuring out what the problem is. Boomers, they present their own problems. I don't know if I want to go over them again, but the public sector, they have a vested interest. So Payman Ascari goes to them and says, we're going to reduce the pension. I said this in an NDP meeting, like maybe we should take the pensions away from bureaucrats and give it to the citizens, or a portion of it. And I got booed. Immigrants, they're very easily manipulated. When you come in, it's like a hazing process, and you're very aware that you're a guest here, and you don't rock the boat.
I've got that information, by the way.
What is it? Okay,
so 19.2 million people cast votes, 67% of eligible voters. So again, 33% of eligible voters stayed home.
Say that again, 19 million?
19.2 million people voted. That's 67% of eligible voters. 33% stayed home.
Is that higher than the previous elections? I think that's higher, isn't it?
It's
33-ish is average.
The record is March 1958, when almost 80% of eligible voters voted.
But I mean,
turnout was higher than the last election. Last election, 62.6% of eligible voters headed to the polls. So only a 5% uptick, probably because of the panic and fear-driven message from the mainstream media and from the Liberal Party. Existential threat, Trump's going to take us over, all that nonsense. Which I have
how ironic the existential threat
queued up for that, by the way. Because it's my contention that Mr. Trump and Mr. Carney are buddies, and Mr. Trump made sure that Miss Buddy got in.
Yeah, I imagine you guys brought up last night about that the direct connections to the money that Elon used for Twitter, and also direct connections with Trump's son-in-law's
in Brookfield.
Yeah,
in
Brookfield. Yeah, it's all Brookfield. Yeah.
So they use they use the old psychological operations manual again, and they turned out they opened up to page 14 and went, hey, let's try this one. We'll get our president to, be bellicose and have his rhetoric so unhinged that we terrify the people in the other country to go vote for the guy we want all along. It's just and it makes sense, because actually this plays right in to the hands of this global asset management class that wants digital ID, that wants top-down New World Order type management of all of us to turn us all into serfs. And yes. Trump is a billionaire, and that's his class. And despite his rhetoric, when he plays to his base, he stabs in the back all the time. And then he turns around and says, well, I just had to do that for politics, and they keep forgiving him. The mega base haven't figured out yet that they're being used. And it's sad to see, because, RFK Jr. was the one thing we were kind of holding out. But has he done much since he's been in that position? He's trying to take food dyes out, but he's running up against the big pharma cartel, and they're stifling everything he's trying to do right now. It's kind of
correct. I can't help but get back to this idea that what he said about the MMR vaccine like 7 weeks ago was shocking, because we know that he didn't feel that way. Obviously it was written for him. And then he said the same thing about the measles vaccine, which we know he didn't feel that way. And Catherine Austin, my first take was this looked like the humiliation ritual that they do to Hollywood celebrities. And it's funny because it was great, because actually that's exactly what Catherine Austin Fitz analysis. I found hers, and she said this looks like a humiliation ritual. And that his job, you got to remember, Big Pharma has got enough money combined in profits to equal the GDP of a top 15 country, I believe it is. So they're like much bigger than the oil lobby ever was, or the Big Pharma lobby ever was. Sorry, I'm talking about Big Pharma, but the oil and the defense industry. And so they can have incredible influence. And I mean, we do know, like a few years ago, being a naturopath in the United States was one of the top most fatal professions, one that's curing cancer particularly. I mean, the number of Big Pharma whistleblowers and naturopaths that were suddenly, found with, suicide where they shot themselves on the head several times.
Self-deletion. Don't say suicide. We'll get kicked off YouTube.
Self-deletion. So anyway, that's a very dangerous game, and certainly his family knows about dangerous games. So I could see himself, like apparently his goal is to get into HHS, get the data on what's going on, and get it out. And that means he's got to survive in that environment. And I can only imagine what he's going through. It's probably very, very. The word that she used is, well, I won't say the word, but putting a fireable object to one's head. That's what it's been done to him, kind of thing. And anyway,
I think that after the bloody ear incident, he was sat down and said, "This is how it's going to be."
That's what I thought too. Yeah.
Right. So they will let you play your game because you're only here for 4 years, but you will not get in the way of our game, because our game's been going on for 300 years. Right. And there are elements, I think, and this is a little bit off the path. Old aristocratic families are vying against new money, and there's a battle up there.
Yeah, well, yeah. Chris Hedges called it's the oligarchy against the corporatists. It's the oligarchs against the corporatists, and they're fighting a battle. They both want us to go in the same direction, but they have a different idea.
Right. So then we've got Romeo and Juliet happening over our heads, and we are the oh my goodness, I'm gonna forget the word now. Dowry.
I don't know if it reminds me of what Tom Longo said in an interview a couple of months ago that actually Payman had, and I got, it didn't look like he was going to be on time, and I was like a replacement guest, and I ended up being there for this interview. And what a brilliant man! He has a newsletter called Guns, Goats, and Gold, or some different order of those three words, and he's literally a nuclear physicist or a chemist of some sort as well, and a physicist, and he is extremely brilliant, and he was talking about that there's basically a war going on between the European continentalist bankers and the City of London bankers. They both want some of the same things, right? The wiping out of Russia and America and Canada and these Western countries to be depopulated. It's just a matter of once they start to get control and put in the control grid, who gets to have control at that point, right? That's the only thing they disagree on. Maybe it's the same groups that you're talking about.
Yeah. I think. I'm going to share the screen real quick, guys. Here we go. This is the guy you're talking about, and you definitely should follow him.
Oh, I'll bring it up.
You can grab that. So this is the guy's name. His name's Tom Longo. Gold, Goats, and Guns.
Yes.
And yes, follow him because he's brilliant, and he's basically saying the same things we've been saying the last few minutes. That this is we're at the beat. So Tom Luongo, everybody at home. That's who you go get. But anyway, so he's saying the same sort of things that we're like a commodity, right? Yeah. They want us to be a commodity. They want to use us
human resource.
Yeah, we're human resources. When they talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's not equality. You notice it's equity.
That's right.
Because we're being financialized. And Catherine Austin Fitz, talked about this too. And Alison McDowell wrote some great articles 4 or 5 years ago talking about this is all being planned in advance. She was on the inside, and she leaked all this information out that these people, be they Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, or liberals, the ones in charge, the ones that are rubbing elbows with people in Davos, the ones that are in Brussels with the European
elbows
Union.
Up.
Yeah, elbows up. Yeah, they're rubbing elbows, all right, and they're working. To us, the general public, it looks like they're working at cross purposes. Like Millet famously went to Davos and started railing against these people, but at the same time, he's working with them. So you have to really keep your eyes open to what's going on and try to
project
of that. Yeah,
projects. We have our superstar co-host, Mr. Meloche. Welcome.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Andre Meloche. Oh, by the way, Andre, I forgot to ask you last night. Are you any relation to Gilles Meloche, the great goalie who was the greatest goalie never to win a Stanley Cup, played for the California?
No. I knew the story of Gilles Meloche. Yes, and I was a goaltender when I was young. So, but I'm not related.
Yeah, Gilles Meloche famously played for the California Golden Seals when they were terrible.
Yes,
he would face 50, 60 shots a night, and sometimes he would grab the puck and skate up the ice as a defenseman just to get it out of his own end.
That wasn't you. Bring us back 50 years ago. That's good. I like this.
So it's official. It's a minority government. He's going to have to rely on the NDP to keep him in power.
Well, that article still usually rejected.
It's official for what's the number?
Yes, 168.
Yeah.
Sorry,
so then
175
and 167. 172 for majority. So the Liberals and the NDP will tag team, and the Conservative the Bloc will go with whoever gives them the best advantage.
Yeah, but we got to wait for a while. The NDP have to get a new leader now. That's going to be a whole other thing.
Don't the Conservatives need a new leader too?
They don't. Well, I heard somebody say that in Alberta they're going to parachute him into a seat in Alberta. One of the guys is going to give up.
Well, what happens if he loses that seat?
Whoa!
He's into Alberta?
Yeah.
They'd be better off parachuting him into the Fraser Valley. He'd be like the Messiah down here. Right? Because Abbotsford South Langley is blue for 30 years. Abbotsford, Mission, Masquee, Abbotsford is the other one. So that's also blue for 20 years.
They were talking about since he's an Albertan, he was born in Calgary or whatever. So.
Oh my goodness!
Look at this NDP drop. I thought the PPC was bad. 11%.
Yeah.
Well, Jagmeet Singh had drove that party into the ground.
Certainly did.
Mission accomplished, folks. Mission accomplished.
Yeah,
got my pension off into the freaking.
I wonder if it was like one of those contract jobs where you you get paid more if you finish under budget and before time.
Yes, true. I mean, for us conspiracy theorist types, you kind of wonder if, Jagmeet's job his whole time was to destroy that party, to make sure that the Liberals, to drive this country into like a two-party system. And since we're further left than right, the Liberals will always have more power than the Conservatives. There's no NDP to draw the votes from. Because if you look at real vote splitting across this country, if the Liberals and the NDP voted as a bloc,
correct,
we'd be wiped out.
Yeah,
I mean, the Conservatives would be wiped out.
Yeah. I tend to think your analysis is compelling.
Yeah, I get that a lot. So, Andre, we showed a statement that Maxime Bernier made, and he's saying we're going to stay the course, and we're not, and we're just going to rebuild from here. How's the feeling in your area?
Well, in Quebec, it's most practically liberal and the bloc, and Quebec. It's sad. No, it's sad for me to say this, but when we think about distinct society and this antagonism and the antagonism between the French Canadian people and the English Canadian people, it is historical, and I think the bloc is an error of nature. 1993 with the split with some conservative and progressist conservative at the time and some liberal when they formed the bloc. It was with Lucien Bouchard. It was 2 years before the referendum, and we're still stuck in this strange era where most French Canadian in Quebec are not only politically illiterate, but they're afraid. So they will always vote with the Liberal, with the establishment, and the bloc is playing the game with the establishment. So there were many good candidates of the People's Party in Quebec, but they were not visible at all. In my riding, there was no candidate. So 247 candidates in the country, and here there was no PPC candidate. So there were a lot of people. I was thinking about this. There were a lot of people who are orphaned. You cannot vote. So when we look at the drop of 700,000 votes less,
yes,
you still have a lot of people who could not vote PPC because there was no candidate.
Yes.
So how do we analyze those statistics? We would need to know the statistics to be able to interpret them. Like Payman was saying, that debriefing would mean understanding what happened in despite the fact that there was quite a fight between the People's Party and the Conservative with this argument of splitting the vote. The bloc always split the vote since 30 years. It is not new. For me, it is not new. So I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I think it is important to rebuild, but how?
Is there a chance that Maxime could leave Quebec, Beauce, and come out and establish himself, come out to Alberta, find a rural riding where his message could gain more, popularity and become truly the Quebecer in Alberta? You know what I mean?
I don't think the problem's Max.
Well, I know, but
that's the problem, right? So they did not do this. I'm going to get the word wrong. Portage la Prairie.
Yes.
Right. So this has already been done. It's already been done. And if I understand correctly, Portage la Prairie got run over by headquarters, who completely mismanaged the campaign, dropped the ball, and he was left trying to make an appeal to a community that rejected him on principle. So so you're going to put him into an even more aggressive community in Alberta, where all the actual conservative base who said, really like your principles, but I'm voting CPC, you can't drop him into that environment and expect success, right? Some people said, well, if he's in Beauce now, he should stay in Beauce. And I think if that's the plot of land you finally decided to stick your marker into after 6 years, I recommend you stay there. right? I recommend you stay there. And so it's, you have to build trust, you have to build reliability, you have to build confidence, and the only way to do that is with consistency. Like it or lump it, right?
And it is his home riding.
And it is his home riding. So that means he has, well, let's put it in sales terms. He has warm clients, right? He has a warm base. He has people who have voted before and their children who have voted
not
before.
anymore. Not anymore.
But he has to warm up that prospect list again, right?
What do you think, Andre? You're not too convinced?
Andre, tell us what you really think.
We always had those discussions, Payman, Tim, and me, about strategy. Yeah. And I did the strategic plan for Hydro-Quebec for 15 years, business plan, marketing plan, communication plan, and high level of management. And I was seeing the lack of strategy, meaning 2025, how many seats you want to win and what price are you going to pay to win those seats. And if you do not win, you have to be accountable for the failure. If you don't have a goal to achieve, you can just move the goal post and say, oh, we did good. Look at the Conservative. They had a 20-point lead, more than 200 seats, and they lost it. And now everybody's throwing the stone at each other, trying to find who's responsible. The responsible is the leader and the headquarter. And in my opinion, we start a party, and now Tim mentioned it often, activism, protestation, activism, and transformation into a political party with goal, with status, with a constitution, with accountability. Without that, it will be very difficult to re-attract those people who were very sympathetic to the cause, because the policies are extraordinary. But how do you implement that? Somebody said, how do we fix the deficit in 4 years in the first year? You need a plan to do this. We have 30% of bureaucracy in Canada. How you will fire everybody? They will have severance pay. So how do addressing opportunities and threat? I used to do this. I used to do risk management for Hydro-Quebec. What are the risks? So in my opinion, we need to start to build from scratch, to define goals, a mission, a vision, a strategic plan. And then after that, Tim was mentioning human resources. People who are skilled. I'm shocked to see that you have a lot of skilled people. And I saw this in my career, but they're not used. A lot of people are very, very talented in any domain, technological domain, political domain, whatever, economy, but we do not use them their full potential. And in a headquarter of a party should always focus on that. And what I saw, I didn't see it. So, and it's frustrating for people who are dedicated, people who are volunteers, people who put their time, and then where's the outcome? You saw the result yourself. So the big problem is, I think Canada now is split. What's his name? Jamit Bandari. Yes,
Jamit Bandari.
Yes, he was talking. I was shocked what he said. And he was talking about how he used the word ghetto
a lot.
And now, if we arrive in a country like Canada, which is very big, from coast to coast, Nova Scotia, Quebec, Ontario, Alberta, BC, you have different culture, and they don't mix at all. I see it everywhere. How do you federate those people? It's very difficult. The only way you can do it is to have a real national policy, like the People's Party have great platform, but to implement it, this is another. You say, look at Trump. I give this simple example. You look at Trump. Trump says, "Okay, I will do an executive order, and it will be like this." Oh yes, the bureaucrats are resisting, and they will. I will fire you tomorrow. You will resist. So I think it's a long-term process, maybe 10, 15, 20 years. And if we start, we have to start from the beginning. And do we respect the Canadian Constitution? The government does not even respect the Canadian Constitution. So there's a lot of work to do to think about how to implement a strategy to achieve the goal. So it's very hard. I admit it's very hard.
And I think we have to go with the big ideas like electoral reform, and appealing to the working class from across the political spectrum. I think is very helpful, instead of talking about overly talking about the fake conservatives. Don't even say that anymore.
Yes.
I get it, but I'm full to here with policy. Where's my support as an electoral district association? Where's my training?
That's the
right?
real.
How do when I ask a question regarding Elections Canada, who will put me over their knee if I get out of line?
Yeah.
And I go to my upline and they say, well, just go to Elections Canada and ask them. That's not an answer, right? That's so the whole thing. The bad thing is you got to start from scratch, because we just lost 700,000 voters, which is 7/8 of our base. The good thing is we can start from scratch, right? So if we accept that we're starting from scratch, then the capable minds sit down and say, if we're going to treat this like a business, if we're going to be professionals, what does that look like? The policies at the moment, because we're out of an election, the policies are the product. Where's the distribution? Where's the training? How do we go down and create a EDA? Would be a franchise in a community, and that franchise goes in representing the brand, makes friends in the community, exposes itself to the community, and invites people to come in and be part of and develop those relationships there. At which point the products, right, are moving back and forth through the consumer, which is the voter, and the distribution unit, which is the franchise or the electoral district association. And vertical and sideways distribution, highly distributed, because there's 343 districts in Canada. So you establish that structure outside of the election, and then no matter who comes in as a candidate, those structures will continue to exist, right? You go to a Sports Check or a Nike or a Canadian Tire, nobody really cares who the manager is, as long as the product keeps moving and the doors are open and they stay active in the community. And that's the structure that needs to be established first.
I'm just going to say something and I'll throw it over to Matthew. He's been quiet. I think right now we have leverage because, the party is imploded. 7/8 of the voter base didn't turn up. So there's going to be hell to pay. And I've been trying to get this executive, not Max. I like Max. I'm not on board. I don't believe that our problems are Max or the fact that he has a funny accent. It's the executive at headquarters. And I've butt heads with them multiple times over the last year. And I've basically been told to politely F off. I don't think they don't have the juice anymore to do that. They dropped the ball, and there has to be accountability. Mr. Pauly.
Yeah, very clear and I think wise words there. I was just going to just offer something I know you guys have expertise in various businesses. I come at it from being a software guy, architect, consultant to Fortune 500s and banks and healthcare and a lot of different areas. And anyway, one of the things that as I got more senior in my career is because I kept my hands on the code the whole way. And so I would be brought in when they had a production failure that affected we're talking millions of dollars per hour. And it's a big deal. And in some cases, I was brought into a software company, for example, with offices around the world. And they had this email system that was around the world. And they had a problem going for a year that wasn't resolved. And it's when you get to the important thing is you have to look at getting to the root cause. That's certainly the critical thing is you got to get to the root cause. And that means, don't just get a bunch of people together and talk and have a bunch of meetings, and then, write some little summary. You actually have to look at when you get to the root cause, what led to the root cause? What is it about the organization and the way that the staffing is done and the training is done and the way the resources are brought in that creates a deficit where the methodology is not in place in terms of design and quality control? to make sure that this kind of root cause doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, what you're alluding to a little bit there, Payman, and also maybe Andre, a little bit, all of us, that, you know, these things are known, that if you don't, you know, you don't actually address the problem that, you know, the party is bouncing on the walls and starting to grow and then slamming back. Because I also want to bring in some other things. There's some meta level, I would call them, super rare events that are going on right now. And the conventional wisdom about how to do a political party has to also adapt to the rather dramatic, extremely rare events in history that are going on right now. The kinds of things that you would normally plan for over 10 to 20 years to build up. There will not be a country recognizable as Canada in 15 years, even 10 years, if the Liberals stay in power and continue this globalization. And I mean, we could have, for example, some people are, I mean, we know that Klaus Schwab has said, you know, there's going to be a cyber attack and this could be far worse. Now, I realize he was just a front man and a scare man, but the analysis is that Europe is right now ahead of the Americans in terms of failing fast on their currency. And therefore, they need the Great Reset. The globalists need the Great Reset sooner. And so they're going to, let me just remind you of something called Project Polygon of the World Economic Forum. And that is a cyber attack training exercise, much like Event 201 in New York City, October 2019, where they practiced a coronavirus pandemic 3 months before it happened. And they set a date in April of 2022 when they were going to do a practice cyber attack. And these are a bunch of the top cyber attack companies in the world, working with, you know, the guys in Switzerland and the WEF. The date that they chose, about a month or so before, they said, you know, we changed our mind. We're not going to do it on that date. And then they didn't announce what the new date was going to be. And guess what happened on that date in April of 2022? Do you recall the Rogers network going down across the country and all the banking transactions stopping? Yeah, that was the date. Yeah, that was a dry run. Okay, so what the thing is, if they have to speed up the Great Reset, as it were, the problem, reaction, and solution, it's quite possible that in as soon as the third or the fourth quarter of 2025 or the first quarter of 2026, I'm using other people's numbers, but it's consistent with that analysis too. That they will do this. They will bring down the whole internet for a period of maybe, you know, 5 days, a week, something like that. And at that time, all banking transactions will stop on the internet. Also, that means that stores won't be able to, you know, refurbish their stock, and gas stations won't be able to get gas because it all requires electronic internet stuff, and to create panic. And it will be very successful. And then what they'll do, problem, reaction, solution, people will panic in the streets and they'll be starting to break windows of stores and rioting a little bit. And then that's when the army will be rolled out or whatever. And that's when they're going to say, the CBDC, it's right here, it's ready to go. Here's the digital IDs. We just got to do a biometric scan. We're going to give you your CBDCs, $2,500 a month or whatever it's going to be. By the way, make sure your vaccine status is also included in this, your health card and all that. And with your UBI will start. And then we'll give you some of your money that was in your bank. All your debts are carried forward, but you know, not necessarily all of your money. You know, it depends on, you know, all of these things, because the banks are kind of in this situation where they have to do a bail-in, blah, blah, blah. So extremely rare meta level, or so we're not meta level, extremely rare, huge existential things that are happening in the economy and in the political system with this globalism need to be taken into account when we're talking about 10 and 15-year plans of building a party.
Share the screen.
That's
Payman.
what you're.
Yeah, I'm just going to play this. I'm going to let Matthew Polly is correct. This is 5 days ago. The World Economic Forum put this out.
I hope you're not going to hijack my stream and play a 45-minute video.
It's 1 minute 42 seconds. I'm very good at this, at what I do. Here we go.
The COVID-19 pandemic has shaken our economies and societies to the core and shown us how vulnerable we are to biological threats. In the digital world, similar risks are being overlooked right now. A cyber attack with COVID-like characteristics would spread faster and further than any biological virus. Its reproductive rate would be around 10 times greater than what we've experienced with the coronavirus. To give you an idea, one of the fastest worms in history, the 2003 Slammer sapphire worm, doubled in size approximately every 8.5 seconds, infecting over 75,000 devices in 10 minutes and almost 11 million devices in 24 hours. Fortunately, at least until now, cyber attacks have not impacted our health the way pandemics have, but the economic damages, and therefore the impact they have had on our daily lives, have been equal and sometimes even greater. You see, the only way to stop the exponential propagation of a COVID-like cyber threat is to fully disconnect the millions of vulnerable devices from one another and from the internet. All of this in a matter of days. A single day without the internet would cost our economies more than $50 billion US, and that's before considering the economic and societal damages should these devices be linked to essential services such as transport or healthcare. As the digital realm increasingly merges with our physical world, the ripple effects of cyber attacks on our safety just keep on expanding at a faster pace than what we're preparing for. COVID-19 was known as an anticipated risk. So is the digital equivalent. Let's be better prepared for that one. The time is now.
How do you like that, folks?
That is Class A propaganda and predictive programming. Predictive programming.
Yes, yes.
And the narrator has that beautiful British accent.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
That's some pretty top-notch AI.
I would just like to react to what you said, Matthew Pauly, about risk management and what is happening at a strategic level. In 2006, in Hydro-Quebec, we were trading gas, electricity, and oil on the spot market and on the daily market with New England, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New Brunswick. And the director at the time took a position of gas based on the hydraulic level of the reservoir, the stock of water, and he sold $30 million of a position of gas on the market. And in 1 month, we realized that the data were not good at all, and we lost $30 million. And my vice president came to my office and he said, "What happened? I want to know. You have 5 days to find out the problem." Why I say this is because you were mentioning doing a diagnosis. I did this for 15 years in my career. And when you have to explain to the CEO of the company that all the process that are not linked, they ended up with losing $30 million in 1 month. It was incredible. And we have to be able to assess those, what you were mentioning, those systemic risk in a plan, and some risk. I used to do emergency contingency for Hydro-Quebec for all the company, and we were trying to do a test run. And high management never wanted to do the test run because they knew that they were vulnerable. They could not face reality with those test runs. So they were always good on paper. But you can imagine, in 1998, we had a huge high storm in Quebec. We lost 70% of the high voltage transmission network grid. 1 month, we lost practically 2.5 million customers for 1 week during January. And 1 month, there was about 350,000 houses in Eastern Township that were disconnected. It was a huge collapse. And after that, even the high management didn't want to do a debriefing. They were so afraid to see what happened. And it's not because people were not competent, skilled, or they did not know their process. It's because there was a lack of structure and lack of assessing the risk. And I started to understand what it is, what you were mentioning, systemic risk.
Two things. First, I just want to clarify. When I said predictive programming, I didn't mean to, and propaganda, I didn't mean to suggest that it was inaccurate. What I mean to suggest is that it's intentional. They plan to do this, and I don't know if you guys are aware about this whole business about they have to tell you ahead of time, otherwise that's a karma thing,
Yes.
We'll get into this.
Manipulation. Yes.
Yeah, but the second point was I like one of the things that attracted me to banking was for customers as a consultant was the infrastructure is mission critical. Okay, their IT systems are mission critical to their business, which meant that they were willing to invest in the right methodology and experts to deliver software and maintain it in a way that was highly available and highly reliable and highly testable. And what I'm saying is there was no toleration for senior management to let things fall apart because they didn't want to look at the truth of how vulnerable they were. And
Yeah.
I was involved in my favorite bank. I won't name it, but they had the best disaster recovery, that I've ever seen in my life, and the best security. And I even came in and I improved their security because they weren't doing something that I knew they needed to do, which is get the best open source attack rootkits and fire them on those servers. And there's actual software that you can get that's actually by these security groups I belong to, that you could find them on these newsletters. And then all of a sudden they shut down my little investigation, and there was a whole team working in the corner, 5 guys, and no one was allowed to know what they're doing. That thing had done some let's say successful testing. Anyway, my point being that it's not tolerable in a bank or in a political party to go into any kind of not facing reality, because it is mission critical to the success of a political party to get their methodology correct for how you're going to plan to manage to build up the kind of infrastructure and engagement that's going to be self-sustaining, that's going to bring a constant growing base more and more closer and engaged with the local riding offices and associations to continue to build that community. So when the next election comes, you're way ahead of where you were in the previous ones. You have to correct what it was that prevented you to get to that place in the last 2 elections.
Yeah.
Let's go to Tyler. He just jumped in. Tyler.
Hey, Tyler.
He's a big monetary guy. How's it going, Tyler? Can you hear us?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. I forgot where the mute position was on my headphones.
How's it going, Tyler?
It's okay. I mean, wasn't the outcome I thought would happen last night, but I mean, nothing's really changed. All the fundamental problems that we face are still there. I don't know why everybody, or at least a good portion of influencers, are dooming now. Like, even if Pierre won, nothing really was going to change. He did not show any will to make any substantive changes. Like, he couldn't even run a right-wing campaign 100%. He had to continually dive to the left on like everything or ignore it. So, I'm fine.
What if he was told to do that? What if he threw the game?
I don't.
What are you, some kind of conspiracy theorist?
See, I wouldn't go that far, because the way I look at politics is they may be relatively all on the same team, but whether you're red, blue, you're all part of the nobility power factions, and they're all vying for power. So I would assume that Pierre really, really wanted power, unless he was offered a great deal somewhere else, and we can only see that in the months to come. Like, if he ends up working at some, globalist think tank or something like that, well then, sure, he probably took a deal. But until that, I'm not willing to jump to that conclusion. It seemed like he wanted to win. It's just whoever his consultants were unwilling to let him do the only possible path to victory for a conservative, and that is being more Trumpy, or realistically, this populist movement on the right got popularity, at least on the global scale, with Viktor Orban like 30 years ago. So we could say he's Orbani.
Yeah, but his he governs through his polls, right? And his pollsters, like they watch CBC News all the time. As soon as he tries to say anything Trumpy, they jump all over him. Oh, you're a misogynist, racist, and you're appealing to the base motives of these retrograde, knuckle dragging, Neolithic misogynists, and so I think that they get so spooked by that they just refuse to actually take a stand and say the unpopular thing that may be unpopular with the mainstream media and the wishy-washy center, but it's very strong with the conservative right. The thing is, it'll work out in Alberta. It will never work in Ontario. So he's kind of trapped in that dichotomy, I think.
I wouldn't go that far to say that it wouldn't work out here in Ontario. We've seen specifically with Trump, I know there's a difference between Canada and American politics. It's very clear. But center, your wishy-washy voters will always be attracted to your more whichever candidate one is likely to win, but also has stronger convictions. So if he gets attacked by the mainstream media and instead of cowering away, he stands up to them and gets that free publicity there, he will earn more votes. And he was never willing to do that.
There's the beauty of right? There's the psychological beauty of doubling down.
Yeah.
Right?
There is.
The psychological beauty of doubling down.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, we won't know until he actually does it once. It would be nice to see, but that does leave a lane open for us because we are that party. Maxime is that guy that says the unpopular truths, and he gets a lot of support from the principled right. But I heard it throughout this election, knocking on doors, talking to people. We love your policies and your platform; it's fantastic, but vote splitting. Yeah. We got to find a way to get beyond that vote splitting thing. And I think the most important thing is to instead of trying to talk about it as an even probability, is the fact that no PPC supporter would ever vote for the Conservatives anyway. What are you talking about? We're a different party with different principles. So stop that. You don't earn our votes. You don't own our votes. You have to earn them, and you're not earning them. Period. Done.
What about Timothy presented a clip with the history of politics in Canada, and I found it very interesting through the 1920, 30, the creation of the NDP, the Reform Party, and the mix with the Island Party, and that was very interesting, and with the Bloc and with the split in 2019 with the leadership race when Maxime Bernier was practically kicked out of the Conservative Party and the People's Party. What we're seeing now, 6 years after, it's a conflict between what we would say two conservative parties. But is it possible to reunite? Yes, that's what I was referring to. To reunite what is really what are really conservative value with a great platform. Look at what is happening now. The Conservative will be in the opposition. Pierre Poilievre lost. They will have to go to a leadership race again. And what will, even if it is a minority government, we see that they lasted 4 years with the minority government. They can still go for another 4 years with the NDP and the Bloc. What about starting to talk and like a real conservative party in the sense that we appeal to people who are still are in a conservative party, because from what I see now, the center right is divided, and it's very. Timothy mentioned many times that it is hard to federate all those conservative minds because they are independent. So. Is it possible? I saw a little bit of the attack coming from the Conservative Party and the People's Party toward each other. That's not a good way to do politics. We can disagree with the policies, and I honestly do disagree with the policies of of the Conservative Party. There are a lot of their policies that I totally disagree with: the Paris Accord, the gender identity, abortion, economy, the size of the government. You name it. You know all the differences. But one day we will have to have those discussions with those people. And I was watching, I think Payment mentioned it on X. People are behaving like children. They attack each other now, April 29. Like, it's so boring. I got out of it because I said I'm tired of this. They don't act like mature adult who will discuss about what happened and how we could rebuild a real party, a real conservative party. I would say nationalist in the sense of opposing the globalist. I think Matthew Pauly mentioned it. So, do you think that it's possible to have a rational and mature discussion between all those people? It seems to me that it is not possible.
Can you imagine if Canadians were shown a 25-minute documentary which showed the introduction of the Agenda 2030 and the Net Zero and the DEI and all of the SOGI into Germany, Sweden, and the UK, and showed what happened when the supposed conservative governments took over from the Labour ones, and they came in and they doubled down on that globalism, and look at what's happening today. Show the crimes. Show what's actually happening, a little bit of, the Tommy Robinson story or whatever, and tell what's showing the level of particularly rapes going on in places like Sweden, and let Canadians see what happens when you don't go right like Orban, you don't go right like the guy in El Salvador. You let the thing fester on in this DEI delusional world. And then let's the Canadians see, like Frank Vaughan, I know he's not popular with the PPC, but his analysis about the fact that every time the Conservatives go and play to the center, they lose. And if they lose, and they're going to figure it out eventually, and maybe in the next time. And why let them get first to that place? Just go to that place. We already are at that place, but we have to deal with the engineering of the methodology of getting the word out and building in the structures of we were talking about some of these solutions. Yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, we are trying to, pardon the use of the word, we're trying to collectivize a demographic that is innately independent thinkers, right? Because the conservative-minded individual, I don't mean political, but conservative-minded individual is innately an independent thinker. And we are trying to collectivize independent thinkers across a range of demographics. And we're bumping into tribalism at every level. And there's no way around it, because the independent thinker is innately tribalistic.
Yeah, yes.
Right? And we're trying to attach a populism on top of a tribal lifestyle. That's a difficult job. That's a difficult job. I think it can be done, but we haven't found the language yet.
Well, Tim, you're right. And, this is a live chat. We're debating. We're trying to be civilized. Payment mentioned the debriefing. For the People's Party, it would be important for people in headquarters, people who are leading this party, to have a good debriefing about what happened, what they did good, what they did wrong, how they can implement something that would permit the party to grow again. But I think we cannot do this live. It has to be part of a process that is inside the walls of the People's Party, where I don't know, but I can tell you that behind the walls, maybe I will be diplomatic, but I will tell what I think really, instead of going around, and that's the first mission of the headquarters of the People's Party, to organize this, to have a good debate, and to try to understand what happened. Then after that, if it is possible to build a strategy and a vision, then we can see if it is possible to have a discussion with another party. Look at the Liberals and the NDP. Jack Meetsin for 5 years was always trying to play and dance with Justin Trudeau, and Okay, with dental care, they were always trying to. So they negotiate. We're adult. We should act like adult. But I think we should. The People's Party should do this internally, discuss about it, frankly, just frankly, and try to understand what happened, and we could be able to rebuild. But I agree with Tim. It is not easy to do.
I want to go to Tyler. Tyler, and then you guys can answer this. What do you think is going to happen now? Like, what are your predictions for Canada?
How bad do you want them to be?
As bad as is humanly possible.
Definitely in the next 5 years, there's a sovereign debt crisis that has nothing to do with who won the government. That has everything to do with global mechanics of what's going on right now. We are seeing in the background in the Eurodollar system a liquidity shortage that is growing to be at least on par with the GFC. So at least there's a sovereign debt crisis in the next 5 years. Really, I think coming in definitely in the next 2 years, high degree of possibility by, say, definitely September of next year, because of how Carney funded the government for the last month. Those dollar-denominated bonds have to, the coupon payments have to be made, and that was never budgeted for, never accounted for.
Can you define, what do you mean by coupon payments?
So when you buy like a long-term bond,
The bonds.
You get at
10
least a
years,
yearly
20
payment,
years, 50
sometimes
years.
semi-yearly or semi-annually.
If you follow the bonds on the stock market, the 5 years, what we call future, 5 years future, 10 years future, you can see them. You can see the long-term tendency, and the more you will print money, the more the value of your bonds will decrease, and you will create inflation, massive inflation. And at one point, you cannot sustain the debt. It is what this year, $80 billion only on the interest of the debt. But people who buys those bonds, they want profit. They want revenues, and if they don't have it, they will just go out of the bond market, and the bond market will either collapse, and the country will not be able to refinance its debt, meaning cutting services, large deficit. That's what is happening since many years.
How does this tie into? This is a question for Tyler, or anyone can answer. How does this tie into Carney? Go ahead, Tim.
I do need to go. I have to give U-Haul a call and see how much money it costs to drive to Paraguay.
All right, Tim.
Don't
Thanks
drink and
for
Thank
drive.
you for the invite. We'll catch up later, maybe.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
My question is,
What was that question again?
how does this tie into Canada selling our bonds in U.S. dollars now?
Tyler's the brainiac. Let him answer.
I think it was purely just to fund the government, because when Carney came in proroguement, they couldn't go to Parliament to pass a budget. So somehow they had to find, what is it? It's a few $1 billion a month plus padding, and the easiest way would be to sell dollar-denominated bonds. Carney did this before he left the Bank of England during COVID. AMCO recently did a program. Like, everybody does this when they are strapped for cash. Sell bonds that are dollar-denominated, because there are clearly not enough of them floating around. When they are rehypothecated up to 20 times, rehypothecated more, just means they're pledged as collateral more than once. So if you've got, say, $20 million of bonds, you collateralize that up to 20 times. Oh, now I don't know how to do that. That's what, $400 million that you now technically can have. And with long-term U.S. bond sales continually going as close to zero as the market will allow, there's no evidence of whoops.
Sorry about that, Tyler. trying to get him to change his camera angle so that light comes off at the back. But
That was RB.
Yeah,
He
well,
nudged it. He
like-
couldn't handle it anymore.
I've got like the most jank setup here. I'm streaming off of my phone as a
that's
webcam.
okay. So they've been funding the government with these bonds. What does that do long term to our economic situation, though, Tyler? Are we going to be suffering even more deficits? Is there any hope of ever getting anything under control budget wise?
Not with current governments. There's ways to do it. The best way would be redirect.
It's devaluation. It was not a lot of people were following what happened in 2021 with what they call the repository market in the banking system. Maybe Matthew knows about this. When they had to, banks, they borrow from each other money to close their daily budget, and they need liquidity in their account. And they borrow on the market. And there was a big crisis in 2021, if I remember.
2019 or 2018.
Yes, yeah. Exactly. And the market was trying to grip or stop, because banks were so suspicious that they were not lending to each other on this market. And the Fed had to inject, if I remember, it was $70 billion per month just to keep this market up and running, because you would have the same systemic collapse with the Lehman Brothers and Freddie Mae and Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. I forgot the name, in 2008. So when we see this, the financiarization of the economy is so big in United States and Canada and in Europe, that they always have to play with this market. The derivative market is the same thing. So when they want to finance something, they will always try a way to emission of bonds, and they will play with it. There's no rules against that unless you have inside trading, what we call. So when we look at the level of the debt and you look at how they finance the budget, they will always go on the market. You always lose. You never win. You will always go deeper in debt, and the only way that they will be able to do it, they call this destruction of wealth, war, depression. They destroy wealth to lower the value of the currency, and then they can restart the economy. You see this in Ukraine now. And if you arrive in a country like Canada, who will have some conflicts between tribes, or you will face a systemic collapse. What Matthew was referring to, are they provoking it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, but it's since Catherine Austin Fitts discovered in 1997 that the international bankers discovered that the U.S. would not be able to pay the entitlements on the retiring baby boomers.
Yes.
And it's because of that they, in 1998, they made it so you couldn't audit the U.S. books anymore. And then in 1999, the first trillion went missing from the U.S. bank accounts. Just went back to central bankers somewhere, Geneva or the City of London, we don't know. And there since then, it's apparently like 14 trillion. That has now disappeared. I thought it was 10, but I recently saw Catherine Austin Fitts. It's like at least 14 trillion. So what's going on is that because you've got this massive overhang of debt from basically using printed money since 1972 when they went off the gold standard to fund ever expanding desert wars and takeovers of color revolutions around the world and going in and taking resources and a constant expansion. Because of the Bretton Woods thing and everyone has to use U.S. dollars. So it was a constant way of basically exporting the inflation to these other countries.
Exactly.
The problem is the U.S. dollar is now in a situation where the liquidity is so small with these banks, because if the interest rates go up just a little bit, the government can't pay the bonds. And if they had to pay the bonds, the interest on the bonds, so they want to fail fast the currency. This is why the COVID in Canada, we spent $240 billion paying healthy people to stay at home for an illness with the mortality of seasonal flu, because they need to fail fast the economy. They need to print more money, so they can force the Great Reset. And that's when they're going to collapse everything. And that's when you're going to be able to start over, as it were, but you'll be using funny money. Digital programmable, it'll be enslavement. You can't just put your money under a mattress anymore. Now, every transaction, you might even have to spend your money in 30 days, because otherwise they're going to make it evaporate, because they want to have what's called high money velocity, which creates an artificial looking GDP, it being really good. But no one's able to accumulate money to start their own business, which is the whole idea. They don't want you to be independent. They want you to be on UBI. So they're crushing these currencies finally, the US dollar, and Canada's going to go with it because we've got zero gold reserves. They're crushing them fail fast as they can. And then that's going to mean the enslavement of everybody, of these CBDCs, unless we build up our own independence and be your own central banker, as Greg Manarino on YouTube likes to always say. And, we have to have our own gold. We have to have our own silver. We have to have our own alternative way of dealing with things. Because when this digital ID is brought out after the crash coming later this year with the, the cyber thing, or early next year, that's what's going to happen to everybody. Anyway, sorry. I was just going to ask one thing about Tyler, your analysis and education on this is brilliant. Are you familiar with the fact that we've gone to inverted yield curves now in the 10-year Treasury, and that is an indicator of what's coming?
That's just mechanically what would happen with the Eurodollar system, as risk, as perceived risk to banks have, as they see more perceived risk, which is just a failing or slowing down in the real economy, where goods and services are produced, they pile into the long-term treasuries of various things. But I would have to disagree about the money printing, because that's not mechanically what's happening. What's happening is central banks aren't printing the money that they probably should be. Instead, they learned the wrong lesson from
2008,
the flash crash of
1987.
No, 1907 in the United States, where the largest clearinghouse created its form of an equivalent of a bank reserve to temporarily inject liquidity. And
wasn't that JP Morgan behind that?
I can't remember.
Yes,
it
is possible. It is possible. I read about that.
So what they did, they injected all this liquidity, and 1907 was just a blip on the radar and nothing. And then central banks tried to repeat this of, hey, we'll inject liquidity by these bank reserves. But how bank reserves are regulated, they only ever stay at the bank's account at the central bank. So here in Canada, you'd have CIBC's account at the Bank of Canada. That's where their reserves always stay, unless when at the end of the day, I guess now, all banks around the world, really, but just right now in the Eastern Seaboard, are in the process of netting out, and they're going to use bank reserves to do that, because then they don't have to move any cash. They don't have to go into overnight repo for that. But all bank reserves do mechanically is it's asset swaps between these banks, and it does not increase M2 at all, does not increase M1, it does not increase M0. And the hardest thing about dealing with the money supply to see what's actually going on is the M money supply is the dirtiest tracking thing ever. M0 is supposed to be our base money supply. It should only be coinage and banknotes, but it's Canada's definition has anything that is sufficiently liquid, any assets that's sufficiently liquid. So literally that could be 4-month corporate junk bonds along with 4-week government bonds. There's no way to know how much money Canada has actually physically printed or minted in the form of coinage. I have been trying now for 2 years to figure out definitively how many, nickels, dimes, quarters, loonies, toonies, 5s, 10s, 50s, 100s that are actually in circulation, and they're denominated like exactly how many of each and total how much there is, and I can't find it. I've looked at the Bank of Canada. I have used AI to scrape the net for it. I have not found exactly, hey, we have, say, $1 million $100 bills in circulation. Nobody knows. I mean, obviously the central bank knows because they hire a company to print our money. But anyways, the way liquidity gets injected is so weird because it's not really liquid. It just makes everybody act more fearful.
Can I bring this back into orbit?
Well,
Sure.
I would just like to say something about what Tyler said. You say maybe the central bank knows. The derivative market. The total global debt in 2020 was $200,000 billion. That was the global debt, for national debt. The derivative market was about 100 times more of that. And all the great economists, they were saying, we don't know the real value of the derivative market. The derivative market is insurance policy. I take an insurance on this trading because I don't trust the system. The level of volatility is very high. So even many I would say skilled economists, they were saying we don't know the value of the derivative market, and we are afraid that if there's a systemic fail, it will come from there. So even
I have a question. Which planet does the Earth's debt, or do we owe the Earth's debt to? Is Mars, Jupiter? I want to know.
The Decepticons, we owe it.
No, it's because in this international market, you have hedge fund, pension plan, sovereign debt, and they're all interacted in like a web. And if you take one actor, the rest will fall. Sometimes you will take one, the structure.
I can answer RB's question. It's like when you invite two girls to the same date on the same day. You can't go to both, but you made the promise. We've made more promises than we could fulfill.
But you see the systemic, the financiarization of the economy. Matthew was talking about gold standard, but I will talk about industrial process, oil and gas, natural resources,
commodities,
exactly. Why Russia is so resilient now, even if Russia is a totally corrupted country, I can talk about this. It's because they are industrialized, and here we are financialized, and we are starting to push all those commodities, and we push them aside, oil, gas, carbon tax, and everything. And big companies, oil and gas company, they always go for 20 years development. They will go for exploration, and they will say, if I find something, you will have to guarantee me the price of the barrel of oil. I need $70. Under that, I'm not developing nothing, because it's not profitable. But now with the long-term tendency, what we see, fossil fuel. First of all, it's not fossil fuel, but they want to push this. All those major actors, those big companies, they say, wait a second, it's a 25 years investment. We do the investment now, but you have to guarantee me something, and they're not doing it. So we have to get out of this financiarization of the economy, and we have to rebuild our industrial base. And I think Alberta has this base because of oil and gas. Some mining company, they have the base, but a lot of the economy in Canada was destroyed in the last 30 years. And I think we have to push that ahead.
That's kind of my question I was going to ask to Tyler. I'm just bouncing him off Tyler. You guys can answer. The financialization of the economy, if you look at housing, speculation, financialization, it's just a Ponzi scheme to me. Like, it's all based on the assumption that somebody else will pay you more. It's no value added, no product created. How do we get out of that without, how do you get out of a Ponzi scheme without destroying the Ponzi scheme?
I guess the best people to ask would be,
ask Bernie Madoff.
Mark Carney.
Or no,
ask Bernie Madoff.
Tom Longo would have an opinion on this.
Yes, you're right. You're right. He's very good at that.
The team on that did Tether for the longest time, the largest U.S. dollar denominated stablecoin in the crypto space. I don't know of any crypto guy that's been around for as long as crypto's been here who hasn't been saying Tether is a Ponzi scheme. Somehow they now have grown out of that and are completely legit. Their books make sense. How to do it, for a country, I don't know. Like in my area here in the Kitchener-Waterloo region, we had one of the largest producers of carpet, Kraus carpet, famous worldwide, and they just died. And now first they got bought out by China, similar to BlackBerry, and then they've just died off. Now, part of that is I know the internal story of the corruption and outright fraud that happened there, specifically with the pension fund. But like, it's still like that company, even if mechanically, let's say the financial system was working, where we didn't have the complete extraction of money coming from the real economy going into the financial economy, because banks say, we don't see any real growth here, so we're just going to go into the I don't know, let's say, I'm trying to think of a good example of would be really hot, what market would be hot right now. I guess the European equity markets, because they've done a bounce. Like, that's what they're going to do. Like, Canadian banks are going to say, hey, right now Canada looks bad, we're going to take our money and put it into XYZ stock in Europe because we're seeing good growth there for some reason. If you could somehow stop that wealth extraction and, I don't know, give a little bit of incentivization to reinvest into the real economy, and give a massive punishment stick to going over to Europe and saying, now we're just going to put it in this equity market, we're just going to arbitrage these bonds and other financial assets, maybe we can have the capital that the real economy needs. Because like, if someone wanted to, from the ground up right now, build a new manufacturing base in like in my region, astronomical. Even like a small factory would cost tens of millions of dollars just to build. Like, yeah. I don't know what entrepreneur can finance just the monthly payments on that debt load alone, even before getting into, well, I need to find sources for what I'm manufacturing. I got to get the raw materials. I've got to get payroll made. Like,
so the only way we can get back to having some kind of national sovereignty is to rebuild our manufacturing and industrial base. But there's already roadblocks to that we can't overcome. It's nice to say that we're getting like Trump has good instincts. I want to rebuild our manufacturing base and all that stuff. But the problem is that all these car companies and everything, like Honda and Hyundai and all that stuff, they're not going to bother unless you make it good if you make if you make it possible for them through incentives. So we're kind of in a holding pattern right now. Things have to get worse before they can get better. What we need is like some kind of a strong man who'll say, I don't care what anybody thinks. We're going to start producing oil and gas. That's where we can do it right away. We don't have to manufacture anything. We don't have to create the manufacturing infrastructure. We have it. We just got to turn it on. We just got to let the guys loose. There's thousands of oil workers out of work in Alberta right now that are just itching to get back to work.
Absolutely.
Or when the Reagan Thatcher arrived in power, they started to deregulate the economy, and we had the 1997 crash, the 1999 tech bubble, And after 2008, we had the, I think it is in the United States, the Sarbanes-Oxley law that separate finance bank from investing bank. And they were putting regulation to the oil and gas industry and deregulating the finance industry. I think we have to do the opposite. Regulating the finance industry will mean that you cannot play with deposit of people. You cannot invest or you cannot speculate with it. And that I think would be one step. The other step is to be able to remove those regulations toward the industrial base. Because like Tyler mentioned, an entrepreneur who wants to start a company has so many rules to follow that, and no one will take the risk of investing in a company, especially a startup. It's always very risky. So
I just wanted to add, Andre, that you're absolutely on the mark, and it's not hard for Canada to get into a situation where we now have a lot more wealth being generated, and that means lower taxes. It means more opportunities for small businesses because there's more availability of capital. It's quite simple. You just have a pipeline going up to Churchill or someplace with access to the Hudson's Bay and Northwest Passage. You pump the oil up there or other things up there, and you immediately start using the Northwest Passage and to put the military up there and defend it a little bit. And you now have opening the markets to Asia, to Europe. You get out the natural gas, you get out the oil. You're an energy superpower, for God's sakes. There's no reason we couldn't be rolling in wealth and development of the country. It's because of this psychological operation called CO2 at 0.04% of the atmosphere is human caused. It's so the bit of warming that's occurred in temperature is not to do with sun cycles. It's all because of aerosol cans and cow farts or something. It's absurd misinformation. It's provably so. If you look at any of the independent geologists and independent climatologists, they will tell you that we've got the evidence, but we can't, get our message out because we've got this huge vested, massive. I mean, the amount of money that, by the way, just came through as a result of Carney winning. This is a multi-trillion-dollar win for the globalists. They are going to, when they bring the economy down in Canada, they're going to auction off, to get control of all of our natural resources, right? So, and whatever countries is meted into that, whether it be, Switzerland and the global NGOs, or it be China, or it be England, or, other countries. So we have the resources. It's just a matter of getting people in power that are willing to do the right thing. And they're not going to sell out to this globalist takeover of our country. Now, and that's the first point I wanted to make. You're absolutely right. We have everything here to immediately be generating a lot of wealth. The second point is, don't forget what Whitney Webb and others have covered, that what the globalists are doing is they're going around and identifying every rock, every stream, every tree, and tagging it with a blockchain. And they're now putting all that in the blockchain as collateral. They're going to collateralize that for their financial system or for their, large corporations. And if we don't do that immediately in our state, at the state level, and here in Canada at the provincial level, don't forget our provinces are sovereign. They actually, we could have a constitutional convention tomorrow with one of our provinces, and we could, solve a lot of our problems in Canada and actually link together and have a very durable, collection of provinces working together. But anyway, if we were to take just in, say, Ontario or Saskatchewan or Alberta and just put out our own blockchain and tag up all the resources, using satellite photos and prospectors, all the resources, say these are our assets in this land. These are natural resources, and under the Constitution, we can, going way back to the original one, we have access and we can collateralize these and we can solve our financial problems.
Can I follow up on that?
Payment is Matthew, is important because the gold is one thing, but all natural resource. When you have assets, yes, you can print money because fiat money is supposed to help the economy because you're back with something. You have collaterals, and that's very important. And don't forget about oil and gas. I watch Iran, Russia, and China. That North-Black pipeline. It is huge. It is not, you cannot even compare. Canada would be able to compete internationally on the international market. And now we're not, because we have this globalist ideology about carbon and about climate change, where there's no consensus on climate change. There's no, I downloaded and I went through the last report of the International Panel for Climate Change. It is 2,900 pages. I challenge anybody to bring me an abstract that will bring a consensus between scientists. There's nothing. And like you mentioned, all those experts in climate, they always say the same thing. We're censored. We cannot bring the message out. And we have to break this psyop, if I can use the expression.
And people need to have fifth generation warfare in their vocabulary and understand when you can't identify who it is that's causing all this chaos in your world, that's fifth generation warfare. And that's what we're in. And, for God's sakes, all we have to do is look up in the sky and see this chemtrail spraying that's going on. People think, oh, it's a conspiracy theory because that's the CBC is telling everybody. We were measuring the aluminum oxide on the ground, the barium oxide on the ground. It's noticeably measurable. It's gone way up, and it's causing acidification of the soils. It's causing so that basically more GMO can grow, but natural heritage seeds can't grow. We're seeing that it's dimming the sun, which is reducing photosynthesis, which is causing underperformance of crops. And that's why they're getting to, in 2026, we're, even in later 2025, we're going to see almost crop failures happening. And all of a sudden, food's going to be extremely in short supply. They're engineering this. This is fifth generation warfare. In the states, you might have heard about this. Some of the states have said, we've signed this law, no spraying of particulate above us. However, they discovered that the people who are doing this are secret federal agencies. They've got ex-military top fighter pilots flying these big airliners with the tanks, and they have a code of silence. And they're not, and so they literally have to now pass a law that somehow is going to create a reward system for turning in these people. So when this is fifth generation warfare going on, we really need to wake up and look at the big picture and get some actual people willing to come into office to say, we're going to put a stop to this. We're going to start by collateralizing our assets, identifying all our assets, and make it the People's Act. The people who live in that province, and not some globalist, out in Switzerland that's going to take it all over. Anyway, thank you.
It kind of reminds me of old Mel Hertig of the National Party. Remember, he warned about this he was like our Ross Perot in a way, warning us that, hey, this free trade stuff is going to eventually impoverish us, and he's turned out to be right. But he talked about nationalizing the bank. Now, do you think people on the right would go for that? It's the idea of nationalizing the Bank of Canada, or would that almost ensure an invasion from the Americans?
Well, no, but your question is very important because, when you're sovereign, you print money.
Yeah.
And it's not about nationalizing. I would say the six or seven private banks in Canada. It's about being sovereign and printing money. Don't forget that the European Union, with the 27 countries, you have 27 central bank. But when they are at risk, it is the European Central Bank who buys the debt, but it stays in Europe. That's why they talk about the sovereignty of Europe, and they don't talk about the sovereignty of country anymore, because the central bank is supposed to be the last payer, the last guarantee. Here in Canada, if you have a great industrial assets, commodities, and you're based on the industrial process, you can say, I will print money and I will guarantee deposit. I will guarantee, because I'm the chief of orchestrating the economy. That would be the role of the central bank. But we borrow on international market all the time. We're always subject to competition with other countries. So if we want to regain our sovereignty, we have to reform the central bank, and we have to make sure that they are accountable. Are they now? They were able to print what it was $240 billion in 1 year in 2020. It was incredible. They were bankrupting small business, forbidding them to work. and you pay them like Matthew Pauly said earlier. That was the first plan of the universal basic income. They're all testing things like this everywhere, and they see the reaction of people.
Well, I wanted for people who've always believed that somehow Canada's always had 70 cents to the American dollar and even lower. There was a time back in the 50s and 60s and going into the early 70s where we were on par with the American dollar.
And I think I still remember $1.10 for one US.
In the 2010s, that happened as well. Yeah, I was actually working in a foreign exchange trading, the largest discount foreign exchange trading company in the world. And we had two giant monitors at each end of the hallway, the East markets and the West markets. And I remember people were just in this celebratory mood. Like, what's going on? We're above 100. You know, we were above the US for a brief period of time. But anyway,
so we can get back to that. It's possible. We're not hamstrung. It's just we got to do our own creative destruction, but do it in a way that benefits us instead of other people.
Yes,
because we are 40 million people in this country. We have all the resources in the world. We have oil, we have gas, we have potash, we have uranium, we have the great wheat fields of Saskatchewan. We have all kinds of. We have water coming out of
water. This is incredible.
I mean, we should all be living like kings. If all the citizens of this country took a dividend off our natural resources, we were getting $100 to $250 a month from the government, as long as we go along with the idea of nationalizing a bank and nationalizing our industries and keeping it in the country and being sovereign, we would be doing great. But it's a hard sell because a lot of people just can't think that far ahead.
And just one cautionary note. Every politician, the U.S. president or, otherwise that has said, okay, we're just going to print our own gold, backed money. You know how that's gone, right? So I think we need to work within it. Catherine Austin Fitz says, look, one little clip that I saw of hers was, look, you got to make a decision. Do you want to be ruled by the Fed, or do you want to be ruled by some group out in Europe and in Davos? And if we could, somehow work within the system, but try and localize it and just say, look, we're giving, we'll collaborate with this one bank and we want to have input on that, but we don't want to have it actually all being controlled by the BIS, having full ownership of it, or some other organization or whatever. But focus more, rather than trying to do everything, focus more on it with the existing model that we have at that level, but try and create a model that's going to be attractive for those people too, where we efficiently make our resources be developed by still giving, as much or as maximum we can control over the state level, in Canada, the province level, so that people actually get, what it's like for the people in Saudi Arabia, they get what is it? You get a couple hundred, or at least 100 and something USD per year each. And I was on a trip recently where we briefly stopped in an airport there. Oh my goodness. The wealth there is just incredible. And it's because they're selling their oil, and they have a great arrangement going. And the amount of oil we have in Canada, and natural gas, and as we're just saying, uranium and potash and wheat and water, we have it all. We just need to elect the right people. And I'm sure the PPC can do this if we can just work on getting the PPC, into a growth mode that's very intelligently designed, that's going to be self-sustaining and get more and more people in. And
the problem is, Matthew, it's this green lobby, the green agenda. Mm-hmm. So they go in, they've used the media to brainwash everybody, and everybody believes in climate change. And when I go in, it's hard for me to get my message. But when you believe in climate change, and the Green candidate and the NDP candidate, they hammered this home. Dirty oil, no more subsidies to polluting oil industries. That's what they're saying. Well, if that money doesn't go to oil industries, it goes to this other thing. This is a pie in the sky idea they have. It's called ecosystem services. So BlackRock comes in, it buys up 100,000 acres of land, it fences it off. And it says, we are doing the service of Mother Nature. We're allowing the rainfall to filter through the earth, and it costs this many $1 billion a year. So you, the taxpayer, pay me. They're shutting down a productive industry, and they're creating a completely unproductive industry.
Now,
correct.
I'm the Pope with BlackRock. In Ukraine, in Kharkov, with the rare earth deal with between Zelensky and Trump. First of all, the region is held by Russia also, and even Putin at the time said, "No problem, President Trump. We can do business with you. What you're mentioning about the green agenda, it will collapse. It will collapse because there's nothing that is sustainable about it, quote unquote." And look at what is happening with the Green Party in Canada. Never, because the psyop is so big. Now people will start to understand, but I think they will have to suffer for that, because I work for Hydro-Quebec with windmill, and I can talk about windmill a lot. There's nothing sustainable with windmill. In 2003, we had 3% of the production. That was 40. The production at the time was the installed capability was 40,000 megawatt, and the production of windmill was 3%, and we were having huge problem because windmill, they don't produce under minus 15 degrees. They're not reliable. You need big field of windmills. So nobody is able to talk about this because they promote windmill. Solar is the same thing. You know, the price of windmill is about 26 cents per kilowatt hour, where the average price in Canada is 10 cents, 10 to 12 cents. So you can imagine, but they massively subsidize this industry for ideological purpose. So the one other idea is to promote it and never use the vocabulary of the green. They don't even know economy. They don't know what it is energy. They speculate on ideology. And I understand your payment because you went into many debates and you are facing those illiterate people, ignorant people. And it's a long process. Especially toward energy. There's a lot of people who don't know, nuclear power. Now the Russian, they're practically finishing the complete cycle of uranium so they will recycle all the uranium, and they're starting to build micro nuclear generator. They're way ahead of us. China is way ahead of us, and I would say we're still in the trauma of 3 Mile Island, 1979. And in United States, they don't want to develop nuclear because they're still in this trauma. 40 years after, they're still afraid of that. That was that's why they started to implement gas generator everywhere, because they're fast, they react fast, but they're not viable, and the price is much more higher. So in terms of energy, we have all the tools we need in Canada, a lot of skills, a lot of talented people, the natural resource. But like Matthew mentioned, we need political leadership. Somebody has to say, this is what we will do. Pierre Poilievre did not do that. He could not do it.
So let's bring this back. This is supposed to be a postmortem, not an energy discussion.
No, I agree with you.
Just one thing. I just dropped a link, a private message to you, which is I just wanted you to show it briefly, just so people see this and they'll remember it if they see it. And it's got visuals, and it's I don't know. Can you load into in StreamYard into an overlay a Twitter post?
I can bring up what you sent me.
Yeah, okay. Just bring it up, because it's important, because it shows that the people of Oregon and Washington were sold the idea through like Hydro-Quebec would be, persuaded by some party that this is the way to go. And what it shows is that once they start putting the money in to develop this whole infrastructure of windmills and solar farms and battery plants, they discovered that they were told it was going to be their kilowatt hours would go down by a couple cents per kilowatt hour.
No.
And then they find out a year or two into it, no, it's just going to go up maybe a cent per kilowatt hour. Then this independent agency decides to do a full deep dive on the financials. They discover, and this little video, in fact, in this little clip that I created, it's only 15 minutes long. I don't want to watch it all, but if you go right to the end of it, it comes out to $1 trillion of capital to actually develop a replacement to get to net zero by 2045 for those two U.S. states. That's $1 trillion, and that's not including finance costs. You know, it's including the actual development of the infrastructure, but the actual maintaining the financing interest and all that. It's not all necessarily all in that, but we're looking at least $1 trillion. Now that's two U.S. states. Multiply that approximately. You know, there's 10 Canadian provinces. It's just a ballpark. You're looking at least $5 trillion of money that's going to have to come out of Canadians to implement this stuff. This is not green, because also these solar panels, they have only a life of 10 or 15 years, and when they can't recycle them, they have to chop them up and put them in landfills, and they're actually more toxic than nuclear waste. I mean, it destroys the environment to be chopping these things up and putting them in these special landfills. I mean, that's the issue. I mean, no wonder the Americans have a bit of a hangover after 3 Mile Island. I mean, if you don't properly, do nuclear technology, you get yourself in a big load of trouble. And the problem with the nuclear industry in America is that, the choice of the technology they used was so that they could produce plutonium and use it for the other purpose, which was making nuclear weapons. So at any time they could use, one of their power plants could generate this stuff very easily. Whereas, the Chinese and stuff and the other Europeans are developing these nukes, these small modular nukes, which are like thorium-based reactors and such, which are extremely safe. They will naturally shut down even if the power goes. I mean, look what happened in Fukushima. It's because they have to have constant power supplied them by diesel generators. God help you if your diesel generators go underwater, because then you're going to have a meltdown. And that's what's happened. That's why Fukushima is still dumping out, loads of 10,000.
Why didn't they just use the power from the power plant in Fukushima? It seems like a no-brainer.
If a software system were designed as bad as that nuclear system, you basically lose your job. I mean, that was a fundamental thing. It should be a self-closing loop, so that you always had a huge battery system built into it inside of the protected area. So there was constantly feeding that battery system, so you would have enough to shut it down if you had to, right?
No, I understand. We got a new guest, Gov. I saw you there briefly. Are you still here with us?
I got to probably exit at this point, but I just want to say I appreciate very much. It's nice talking to you, and I'm sorry if I'm hogging the mic a little bit, but thank you so much, and I really look forward to hearing more of this. I'm preparing dinner. Thanks very much.
Take care, Matthew.
Thanks, Matthew.
Bye, Matthew.
Bye.
Now,
Gov, are you?
Go to. It's time for me to prepare supper too. So thanks.
Okay. See you later, Andre.
Okay.
Later, Andre.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Gov. I'm here with Tyler. Andre's leaving. RB seems to be gone.
I'm here. I just don't want anybody to see me right now.
All right, fair enough. Gov, what's your impression of what happened yesterday, why it happened, and where do we go from here?
Well, it was predictable. I mean, I've been saying for months that the Liberals are going to win another election. So, it's not a surprise to me whatsoever. I actually thought that they were going to win a majority. This was, going back to 2019, I put out a comment saying that Mark Carney's probably going to be the next Liberal leader. And if that's the case, that he would lead them to another majority government. And as of right now, they're sitting at 169 seats, which is two or three shy of that majority level. Why did it happen? There's a few reasons as to why it happened. The ballot question changed from Justin Trudeau sucks and axe the tax and all of this to Donald Trump, and the way that the electorate is set up in Canada, all the Liberals have to do is capture a few cities, and that's where the progressive voters basically live. So these progressive voters really resonated with the anti-Donald Trump approach, which gave the Liberals a win in the urban areas, and that was enough to win the election. Because the way, like I said, the way that the electorate is set up, it's not set up to reward conservative voters. It's set up to reward the Liberals. So at the end of the day, it's not a surprise to me whatsoever. It's completely expected. And I've always been in the camp that things have to get a lot worse before they can get better. The accelerate point of view. The only way out is through. So that looks like the course that we're going down.
Let's go for comments, Tyler, and then RB.
I wouldn't 100% agree with that. It has to get worse to get better. I think this may have been a slightly good outcome for us Canadians, and that's purely because if Pierre won, you're going to have the likes of, say, Ben Shapiro, the Daily Wire crew, running cover for Pierre in the upcoming tariff negotiations, and new NAFTA or US, what is it, CA or whatever it's called. Now Trump's got free reign. He can just point his base and say, "That's a globalist. He's evil. I'm gonna run him over." What effect that actually has, who knows? But it does give us that glimmer of hope where Trump can at least mitigate the damage, because he's not going to allow the liberals to do as worse or the exact same level or worse of stuff that happened in the last 10 years, because we've become a hostile nation and he does not want that on his doorstep. So I
RB, man, mute your mic. Mute your mic, man. It sounds like a war zone. Actually, I can mute it. Okay,
sorry about
that. So I expect at least, some amount of mitigation from Donald Trump, because, like, if Canada continues the way it was down Trudeau, like, he's going to have to do something drastic that he really politically will not ever be able to do. So, and Trump's a relatively smart guy. He hides it very well with his caricature that he puts on, but he does have a great understanding of a majority of things, one of them being politics and the consequences of elections. So,
RB, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, well, that depends on what the long game is, and if the long game is that to fold Canada into a European-style digital ID enslavement, Trump may be happy just to watch that happen, and not intervene in any way that could actually help us here. I really think that, I hate to say it, because can you imagine the next election if Trump is maintaining this bellicose stance against Canada? Then the Liberals just run against Trump again, or his successor, and constantly keep that boogeyman going, which means the Conservatives will never be able to find their own feet, because every time they try to speak up for us, they'll be said, "Oh, you're just like those crazy right wingers in the United States." Those, So we've got to fight beyond that. We really do, because I think that's what the setup is. I think it's going to be a constant. I think they call it the strategy of tension. How you keep your own country under control. You got to have a boogeyman, and Trump presents the perfect one. The whole Trump factor is going to be weighing against us. It's going to be hard to overcome that unless the PPC can take up that bold stance and say, "Look, we're not afraid of Trump. He's just being a bellicose negotiator and stuff like that, and there's no chance that he's going to march. The first airborne isn't parachuting into Ottawa tomorrow to take over the parliament. Don't worry." And we're still to this day, we still have a partnership in Northcom with the American Air Force. The Canadian Air Force are working right now together in Cold Lake, Alberta. I mean, there's no chance of it ever happening, because we are a friendly nation to them when it matters the most. So I really think this is the old strategy of tension. And like I said, Mark Carney is a buddy of Trump's, right? I mean, whatever works for them. And you'll watch it. It'll be probably in about a week. Carney's going to take a trip to Washington, and they'll have an Oval Office meeting or whatever. And afterwards, Trump will come out and say, "Yeah, it was all productive, and everything's going to be going good. I think things are going to be okay now." And the 51st state thing will be gone for a while. But come next election time, all of a sudden, maybe they start bringing it up again. Well, we don't like this idea. We made a bad deal with Canada, and just keep working that in a cycle. I can see that happening.
I guess follow-up question. You can respond to what RB said, Gov, but what do you think is going to happen with Alberta? Do you think it's going to separate?
Well, that would ultimately be the best, in my opinion. I'm sure other people have different opinions, but in my opinion, I believe that would be the best path forward is a Western separation. And once Alberta starts the ball on that, if they're willing to go down that path, then you have a province to the west of Ottawa that's challenging Ottawa, and then you have a province to the east of Ottawa in Quebec. So you can be in a constitutional crisis. If both provinces go in and attack Ottawa, one from the east, one from the west, and if Saskatchewan joins in, and then you can easily see a Western separation. The only question is, what will BC want to do? Because in order really to have a Western separation, you kind of still need access to the ocean, right? So given the fact that Alberta is landlocked, you would need at least part of BC to join in on that. So I don't know how that would work out, but I do think that is the best path forward. When you talk to people on the East Coast, and if you talk to the people in Central Canada and then on the West Coast, their philosophies, their ideologies, the way that they see the world are completely different. And the way that our government is set up, it's basically a socialist style government, and that is ultimately the problem with Canada, and Canadians are a large percentage of them are socialists. And Alberta, obviously not everybody in Alberta, because there's pockets of NDP, Edmonton and whatnot, but Alberta would be more towards free market capitalism. Whereas Eastern Canada is not that. So getting Alberta or getting the West out of under the thumb of Ottawa and allow them to create their own prosperity, I think that it would be better for absolutely everybody. But again, that's just my opinion.
Well, I did share the screen with that Alberta referendum, and it's gaining quite a lot of impetus now. And so they can do a citizen initiative to force provincial referendum. They need 600,000 signatures. They need 2/3 of the ridings to exceed the 20% mark for the signatures. The signatures must be in person, and they must be collected within a 90-day window. So if you get 600 people, get 1,000 signatures each, it's doable. It could be done that we might be seeing an Alberta referendum pretty soon. And as far as being landlocked, if Alberta decides, well, we're not going to become our own province, but we will secede from Canada and become the 51st state, you could see a path forward there where they don't need to worry about having a pathway to the sea. They'll just become this little obtuse little thing up here in Canada that's actually the United States now. It could be done. It could be possible. I don't know what kind of turmoil that would bring in Alberta itself, though, because, like you said, in the urban ridings, there are very, very, very actually quite left-leaning, especially in Calgary, in one section in Calgary, and especially in Edmonton, because it's the government city, right?
Sorry, RB, to interrupt you. We'll go to Tyler, but according to this, it says the number of signatures is down to 177K from 600.
Wow.
And the period extended from 90 to 120 days. If this is true, it's a good signal.
Yeah, it looks like they're really moving forward with it. Danielle Smith might be the new governor of Alberta.
Tyler, what do you think?
I think it would be good for the the people of Alberta and generally everybody out west, the problem you run into is, will the current power structure allow that to happen? Like, has Danielle Smith, I haven't seen anything. Has she ever like really stood up to anybody on anything other than making statements? Like, the requisite things that Alberta needs to do to become either 100% independent or move over to the States are not being done. Like, there's isn't Alberta still have the RCMP as its police force? There's no real police apparatus. There's like it heavily relies on Ottawa. Now it's probably by design, but the fact that it's a barrier. So I think the movement will grow, but I don't think this cycle anything will come of it. The referendum may happen, and then, Danielle Smith goes to Ottawa, they have talks, and they say, hey, we made a deal. It's, we're going to have an extra pipeline or something. Like really token stuff. And that pacifies and mobilifies people until the next election. I think that's the most likely scenario, but, I've been wrong before. I called this election wrong. So take everything I say with a grain of salt. But to me, that seems like the most likely path forward for the
Yeah,
DC.
one of the things that I've been saying for a long time is Alberta really needs to copy what Quebec did with their own pension plan, with their own tax code, with their own police force, with their they need to copy that model and and become a more independent or sovereign nation within Canada to give them that ability to challenge Confederation. That is what they need to do. They need to copy what Quebec did, and they have a lot of catching up to do because Quebec started in the 80s, 1982, and they say what you want about the Bloc Québécois and Blanchet, but he you can agree with his politics or not, but whether he's window dressing or not, he really believes in standing up for the sovereignty of Quebec, and that's one thing that I got from watching the debates and watching his political career. Whether he's sincere or not, that's a different story. But what he says, he really truly believes in that ideology. So I don't think, and as you alluded to, that's something that Danielle Smith hasn't really shown or done.
I was talking to a friend earlier today about the fact that BC, a lot of our population is centralized in this big urban center, the Lower Mainland, Victoria, and it's very woke. Alberta, I get the impression, is a little bit more spread out. It's getting cancerous with Calgary and Edmonton, but Danielle Smith is bringing in a lot of immigrants. Tyler, let's go with you first, and then RB, and then Gov. How much time does Alberta have, especially with this Trump administration? When will they miss the window?
It's really hard to say. They may have already missed the window because they weren't set up and ready to go. And again, this is their best chance. You could see. I don't want to say it's absolutely too late. Like, you could still set up a window to do this in, say, in the next 5 years, but past that, with how immigration continues to go in Canada, demographics will change that the referendum will fail, most likely. So it is a shrinking time window, and if the people of Alberta want to do this, they got to get their butts in gear. Simple as that.
Yeah, and if they do call a referendum, what's going to happen. The CBC is going to be 24/7. Canada needs Alberta, and Alberta needs Canada. Stay strong, and all that. And so, I think they won't win over Edmonton or Calgary, and they have to get 67%. So you need 2/3 of the people to go along with it, and Albertans in the rural areas are strong. They have a backbone, but in the urban areas, especially in Edmonton, which is a government town. Everybody's dependent on a government check. It's going to be really, really tough.
And one of the other aspects too is, the feds can, we saw what they did with the Freedom Convoy, right? They could copy that and declare, emergency measures,
right.
and have a militarized presence in Alberta, right? That is completely possible with these tyrants that are running the show.
Well, you can see Mark Carney invoking the so-called Emergency Act, which used to be called the War Measures Act, because Trudeau Jr. did it now. So it's kind of like acceptable to a lot of these people that still think it was a good idea to crack down on us truckers. There's lots of them, those leftard libtards out in Ontario and Quebec still call us insurrectionists and stuff, which is funny because if you're going to stage an insurrection, maybe you should bring a gun or two. I don't know, maybe not bouncy castles and shinny sticks, but beyond that, I can see him easily, Carney going, he's already been talking about using the Emergencies Act just for climate change measures. If something like that actually started kicking off in Alberta, you can see him easily going, "Oh, we got to do the Emergency Measures Act to keep this country together. I'm going to be the new Abraham Lincoln of Canada. Watch me save the Union."
Yeah, the climate emergency is one term I heard used over and over again in the debates. It's not even climate change; it's an emergency, and everything these bastards do is calculated. It's not like the guy's hungover and the candidate just uses a phrase. They get the talking points.
Well, you remember, what's her name, Catherine McKenna, what she said in that bar. She said you just keep repeating things over and over and over again until people eventually believe it, right? So all Mark Carney's really been talking about is crisis, 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 crisis. And you keep repeating it, and then people just believe it. They think that we're in a crisis because this guy said it, 10,000 times.
Yeah, well, that's who was that Nazi guy, Goebbels? If you say it enough times to enough people, repetition works. I saw that in the debates as well. But we're not we don't have responsible citizenry. We don't have responsible politicians with a brain. You have actors that they're empty vessels, and the political parties coach them on what to say to win. So, and then they do win. They win against somebody like any one of us, because the public wants something short format, 15 to 30 seconds, not long form dialogue.
Oh yeah, and I was watching the CBC recap last night. The one time they mentioned the PPC, it was as we were a bunch of far right. The far right was how we were proclaimed, and that the Conservatives lost because they pandered to the. This is what the CBC person said. The reason the Conservatives lost is they pandered to the PPC to get their vote, and it worked because we were wiped out. But they should have pandered more to the left. Was her analysis.
Who is that? Rosie Barton?
No, it wasn't Rosie Barton. It was on the After Hours show. It was this tall male. She looked like she had male characteristics. She's about 6'4", black hair, fingernails. I forgot to get the name, but she was on the After Hours show, and she was talking about how toxic Trump is, and that whole MAGA thing is bled over into Canada, and they're here, and the Conservatives went for that vote, and then so I'm going, my God, so that's how we're portrayed, as this far right Trump adjacent party where we want to, we hate all immigrants and we're racist and we're misogynists. It's just it's this rhetoric, the way that we're being painted by the mainstream media. It's very tough to get by. You have to actually go meet these people in person to show them, hey, I'm not like that. Really, I'm not, right? But
hey guys, quick question on this map: who can pick out Calgary and Edmonton?
Those two little orange dots.
Yeah. What is it? Self-governed was asking me if I saw the results. So this is Edmonton, Strathcona went what?
NDP.
It says it went conservative. Oh, well, NDP. Okay, I see.
On the wrong one there.
Yeah, and this one went liberal. So you got two, and then over here, Calgary, you have one that went liberal.
Otherwise, solid blue.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, you wonder if a referendum could work after all.
Yeah.
went over those. Maybe you could just cordon off Edmonton, like put a big fence around Edmonton, and everybody who wants to not stay in the state of Alberta but want to stay in Canada, everybody in Calgary they can move up to Edmonton, and we'll just cordon it off, put a big freaking fence around it, right, like prison guards, and that there's the Canadian state of Edmonton. You have direct flights from Edmonton to Amherst. It would work out perfect.
Most of these are decisive wins. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, turn it into Berlin.
Yeah, exactly.
I have
nice
a
big wall.
The problem there is if you take a look at the population of Edmonton, it's what, 1 million. Calgary maybe 1.5 million, so that's 2.5. Population of Alberta is what, 4.5 million. You don't have the 67% threshold.
That's true. Exactly. The urban rural divide is a real thing in Alberta.
Plus, there seems to be a high percentage of the professional managerial class in Alberta that leans right and might like a referendum in theory, but when it comes to practice, they kind of like lording over the rest of Canada, that we subsidize the heck out of you and would like that. There seems to be a percentage there that would also help sabotage that vote.
That's possible.
Let's try to see if there's anything on BC.
The one question that I have for the room is, I don't know if you talked about this, you probably have, you guys have been here for a while, is what do you think the future for Pierre Poilievre looks like?
Well, I think he's going to stay on as leader, and I heard that there's plans to parachute him into one of the Alberta ridings and have that guy step down. Because they can do that. They can do that inside the party. They can just have one of their guys who won step down, Pierre will go into that seat, and Alberta makes sense because that's where he's from.
That's what I thought that Jagmeet Singh was going to do, is parachute into some other riding.
No, he's got his pension now. He doesn't want to put up with he doesn't want to put up with the aggravation anymore. His job is done.
I'll be right back.
Mission accomplished. He can rub his hands and says, his Pontius Pilate, and says, I did my job. I've destroyed the NDP, and I've driven them all to be liberals. And basically, he's done. And it's going to take a while. It's going to be hard to build that party up again, because they really discredited themselves propping up the liberals for 10 years. So I think they're done.
Yeah, I mean, the way how he ran is so funny. On one hand, he tried to be, the second coming of Jack Layton,
mm-hmm.
and then also directly appeal to Zoomers,
mm-hmm.
and at no point ever tried to make the coalition he was trying to build mesh. It's just, okay, I'm totally, the old school union guy that the NDP pretends to be, but also, I'm hip, I'm cool. Watch me do this TikTok video
with an OnlyFans star.
Yeah, it was never going to work. Last October, I thought, hey, if the NDP, at the last minute swaps out Jagmeet Singh, finds some old school labor union guy, maybe not that high up, but like a union boss, and run him as, Jack Layton 2.0,
mm-hmm.
They could salvage at least somewhat of the party, but instead they decided to do the weird insanity they did.
Yeah, complete controlled demolition. It's going to take a while for them to come back from this. And now they have to do a leadership race, and there's going to be a lot of infighting. So I can see them tearing themselves apart over this, because everybody will be looking at everybody else to blame. This could be like one of those old, when in Rome, when one of the old party leaders gets too corrupt and stuff, and you have all these young guys fighting for his spot. They're poisoning each other and they're knifing each other in the back. It could be entertaining.
So I guess the other question is, with the Liberals a couple of seats shy of winning a majority, and I believe that they're still counting ballots. Do you think that the ballots will continue to be counted until a majority will be achieved?
I think they've got enough Liberals and NDP together for a coalition to keep them going. But what can the NDP do when they're so disorganized? Who's going to be the guy making the deal with the Liberals? They got to hurry up and get on that, because otherwise, the Bloc Québécois will have the reins of power. They have 23 seats. What if they decide to go along with Mark Carney? If Mark Carney gives them a real good deal for Quebec?
What if the Liberals, bribe some NDP MPs to cross the floor and join their party?
That could happen.
All you need is 2 or 3, and we know that they don't have any, morals anyways, because they're NDP.
That could be interesting. This could be very interesting the next couple of months before we really know what's going on. It could go in 2 or 3 different directions. Right now, we're kind of just spitballing here, but that would be very interesting if 2 or 3 NDPs decided, okay, I'm Liberal now, and boom, they got their majority. Wow.
I don't know if you guys answered this while I stepped away. I was talking to Buck earlier. He said that the Conservative Party might split. Like, what do you think is the future of the Conservative Party with Pierre Poilievre losing a seat?
Well, I think that the whole party should fold. If you ask me, they couldn't win. They're basically like the Toronto Maple Leafs of politics. They managed to blow the most spectacular lead in the most amazing form at record pace. And this is number 4. They did. What was his name? Andrew Scheer. He's like, oh, let's shuffle to the left. Loses. Aaron O'Toole, let's shuffle to the left, loses. Pierre Poilievre, let's shuffle to the left, loses. Their whole strategy does not work. The party is dysfunctional. The party is broken. And the only thing that the Conservative government is actually conserving is the Liberal government. That's the only thing the Conservative Party is conserving, is a Liberal government.
So if I understand you correctly, you're suggesting that they should shuffle to the left?
Again?
And what they've done is, those 2 or 3 really attractive females at a bar, and then there's this one really ugly fat woman, and she says to herself, if I'm not getting anybody, nobody is. The cock blocker, basically. That's what the CPC is. It's the cock blocker, and it doesn't allow other parties, to come up. And they're basically blocking anybody to the right of them, whether it be Libertarian Party, whether it be the PPC. That is basically what and a majority of CPC voters are red Tories. Half of the party is at least red Tory.
Oh, we're introducing
Chelsea's here. Hi, Chelsea.
Hi, everyone. It's my old friend Kevin, too.
long time no see.
It's been a long time.
I did a Spaces with your dad right before the election.
Yeah, I know. I listened to those. So how's everyone doing?
We're doing great. And it's a good thing you should have been here earlier when we were talking about how we can reform the PPC headquarters. And since I'm just bringing that up out of the blue because you showed up, Chelsea, please help us. We need to stay alive for the next election cycle, but we have to get better. We have to get better under management. Let's just face it. PPC headquarters have got to step up their game, get their ground game going, get communication lines open. How do you think we can do this, Chelsea? Please avail us of your wisdom.
So one of the big things for me is that they need to be able to identify people in across the country who are willing to help. Okay. We have to recognize they have always been low on resources, right? That now in 2021, they did get the reimbursement because we hit the 5% needed for the reimbursement. But now we haven't hit that. So now it's going to be more crucial than ever to identify people across the country who are willing to do the work and step up and make sure that there's an open line of communication between headquarters and candidates, and that can be done with intermediaries. I'm not saying that I'm the be all end all of that, but like I'm one of those people that is able to help in that regard. I know the people at headquarters, I have a good relationship with them, and I know many of the candidates, and there's many people out there like me who have the same kind of relationship and are willing to do this kind of work. For me, like there's not a price tag on fixing the country. And I think that as far as politics goes, if that's going to be an avenue to fixing things, then I'm going to put my energy behind the PPC. So that's a big one. Another big thing, I don't want to get too boring about stuff, but another big thing is that headquarters needs to have someone there with a project management background. Like that's just like, that's a no-brainer. If they're going to hire someone to work at headquarters, if they're going to hire anyone new to work at headquarters, they have to have someone with project management, because right now, I don't want to say anything about anyone in particular or anything like that. Payman, stop laughing and smiling. There's a lot of people who, no, I'm not. There's a lot of people at headquarters who have really good hearts and are really trying to do a good job. But what they're trying to manage with such a small team is impossible to do unless you have someone with some kind of project management background. And lots of great people out there across the country who have that background, who are able to fulfill that role and make sure that everyone is, my friend's calling, sorry. Make sure that everyone who's working in headquarters, whose heart is in the right place and is trying to do the right thing, that they're actually doing what they need to be doing. Yeah.
Yeah, but Matthew Pauly was on here earlier. A guy like him would be perfect because he is a project manager. That's exactly what he does. So yeah, that's
like, I was talking about this this morning because I was at Sherry St. Louis's place, and this has been something that I've been going on about the project management end of things. Like my dad was a project manager. That's what he did. He was an electrical engineer, and he was a project manager for the federal government. And then, funnily enough, he was a project manager for Brookfield, which I just found out the other day. But anyway, like my dad is someone, like he's retired. He's always looking for something to do. But and so, whoever you're talking about, my background is in project management. It now is on a smaller scale. I did project management for nonprofit, but there's many of us out there who have done this for a living, who I think would be willing to help headquarters. And we need to have something like that at headquarters because the team's too small and the resources are too thin.
Chelsea,
I don't know what's going to happen now that the reimbursement's gone. Yeah.
I put a question to the other yes. What do you think is going to happen to the Conservative Party now that Pierre Poilievre has lost his seat?
So the Conservative Party has a choice right now. They can choose to actually have the reckoning that they need to have, like losing 3 federal elections in a row that should have all been handily, easily won by them is ruinous. And if they don't come to terms with that fact that like what they are doing is not working and it's not going to work, like as far as I'm concerned, the party's done. I mean, it's not done because of course they've got lots of money and influence, but like in terms of ever being in power again, I just don't like they're going to be second best every time. I don't know if you guys saw, I did a tweet today and it was kind of joking around, but also not really, one of those jokes. Like if I were Maxime Bernier right now, if I were him, I would be making a power play to get the leadership of the Conservative Party. And like it should have been his in the first place. And I made the suggestion that he could keep the CPC but name it the Canadian Populist Caucus, and literally just clean house, take it over. Now, if they ever let him do that, that would be something else. But I do think if the Conservative Party does what they need to do right now, which is have a reckoning and actually clean house themselves, then there's an option for Maxime to do that and restructure the party around the PVC populist beliefs.
This is a open question, but Tyler, I'll put it to you. If you were advising Pierre Poilievre, like, how would you advise that he turns this ship around?
He's not going to.
Well, he's hitting an iceberg. How do you avoid it?
He's not the man to do it. This election proved it. And even before this election, it proved it. When he was just, while we were all locked at home, he played the part he was given. He, sat on at Parliament doing, the teleconference Parliament, and just hammered home his one slogan that he had. That's all he had. He did not, push back on really anything hard. He didn't do a grandstand move on his day that he wasn't supposed to show up at Parliament, show up in Parliament and say, where is everybody? Let's go to work. Canadians need it. He does not have the balls to be any type of leader. At best, he can be a proxy messenger, but he just doesn't have it in him to, do the political equivalent of what MacArthur would do, is go to the front line, stand up, have bullets whizzing past him with binoculars out, being like, oh, okay, this is the situation. And then hop on the radio and issue the right command. He's not that type of person. He lets the consultants guide him where he should never have gone.
I think one of the biggest problems with the CPC or with whatever they're doing is they're so afraid of what the media is going to say about them. Oh, the media this, oh, the media that. But if you take a look at the United States, what Trump did, you can agree with Trump or not, what Trump did, he basically said, screw you guys, I'm going to create my own narrative. But Pierre Poilievre was stuck playing to the narrative that was given to him. And, kept on tweeting about Ukraine and standing with Ukraine. And, he kept on, calling the United States, our enemy, or we can't rely on them anymore. Basically, exactly what the mainstream narrative was. And, you can document his, support falling off of a cliff from, that very point about, I guess it was mid-February, February 20th. It started falling off of the cliff. So, and then the CPC is going to say, and, we lost because of the PPC, and it's, it's all their fault. But if you take a look at the numbers, everybody that voted other, I think it was like 230,000. If you take all of the other votes and just, apply it to the CPC, they still would have lost. So, it had nothing to do with anybody other than themselves. And, in sports, when your team wins, everybody wins. But when your team loses, the coach gets fired. He should be fired.
RB?
Yeah, I agree. Like, Pierre is not the person to lead the party. And I don't know how it ever came to be that people thought that he was. Like, I always tell people this. I started working in politics 25 years ago. And the riding that I worked in was right next door to what became Pierre's riding. And he was coming up through the ranks at that time. And so I had been around him, and he was being groomed to be the leader. That was very clear. That was very evident when I was working with the party. But that's all it is. It's grooming. And it wasn't that he was naturally predisposed to actually being a leader. It was that they saw someone that they could manipulate and have him be their puppet, their voice. And that's all he is. And even when he was finance critic, like, he has no background in economics or finance. Like, Kevin, you know way more about economics and finance than Pierre ever will. But when he was the finance critic, the finance minister, he was, or a critic, anyway, whichever one, both. Like that pit bull thing that he was, everyone's like, oh, he's a pit bull. No, he was being told how to act and what to do. That's not his nature. His nature is to listen to what people tell him to be. And that's, we saw that through this entire campaign. We've seen it the last 2 years. And that's the failure here, is they need someone who's authentic, who actually knows what they're talking about and believes what they're saying. Pierre doesn't know what he's talking about, and he doesn't believe what he's saying. And they groomed him to be that way.
I think RB's on the glove. Do you want to say something?
Just responding back to Max. He's going to be on my show on May 10th. Maxine's going to be on my show on May 10th, guys. Anyway.
I guess the overall question, though, is, people are like, oh, PPC can't win a seat, yada, yada, yada. But the overall question is it the party or is it the people? George Carlin said, the people suck, fuck hope, right? So, like, when you have a bunch of people that scream and yell and shout when there's calls for cutting back on government spending, cutting back on all of these programs that shouldn't even be here to begin with, and they freak out like the sky is falling, it just tells me that there's too many socialists in Canada. And the demoralization aspect has been going on for decades. This country is demoralized, through decades of public education and captured media that has basically changed the perception of reality to the mass majority, that anybody that the CPC, I put them as left of center, right? They couldn't even stand up to the Quebec dairy lobby, which is a socialist style economic model. It couldn't even stand up to that. So in order to get back to that, you need to remoralize society. So that is the real question, and that is the real battle that we're facing. We're facing a population of demoralized people that have been trained to accept the nanny state, and that's a major moral hazard.
Hey, I wanted to share with you guys a text I just got from one of my volunteers and supporters. I've been talking about this sort of thing on my Signal group that I have with all my volunteers and supporters, and I'm talking about starting right away, organizing, getting a new EDA going here in Saskatoon and actually getting involved. And I'm getting a lot of positive feedback. And one of my supporters, Liz, said, I love where this is headed. I have tenants in my basement, and we often discuss politics, though we disagree, we're calm and rational. When I got your lawn sign, one of my tenants went to look up the PPC platform. His reaction, wow, I was blown away. Everyone should be voting for them. The populist message is resonating with millennials, and they have to find it first. That's the key. Stop letting the corporate media propagandize the PPC as fringe just because our values are common sense and gritty. One of the key ways to appeal to people is humor and cutting through the noise. It's the method Jimmy Dore, Russell Brand, Joe Rogan, JP Sears, and many have had such huge followings. That would be one method. And of course, people are voting with their emotions, not their brains. We have to appeal on that level. There are ways. She goes, I thought I was past my organizing days. Thoughts. So she used to be an organizer for the NDP. She knows how to. I think I found the new secretary for the EDA here in Saskatoon.
Those are the kinds of people that we need to recruit and retain. So this is like the retention is so key, right? And I didn't do that after my last campaign, and that I'll take responsibility for that. There were other issues, so it wasn't just me, but I will take the main responsibility for that, where the great people were not retained. And those people we need to focus on retention, not just recruitment.
The attrition rate is quite high.
Yeah.
I texted her back, welcome to the revolution.
Chelsea,
Did you guys? Yeah.
can you share the story you shared with me about, God, what was her name? Mulrooney's little girl, granddaughter taking potentially over the CPC and how that could turn it
Yeah.
around? Is that one way that the Conservative Party could
So
actually reform?
I don't think that she's going to turn it around, but what I see, like my thinking on like just like watching what's going on is that they are grooming either Caroline or Ben Mulrooney to become the next leader of the party. My feeling is that it's Caroline. She was my feeling is that it's Caroline. I spoke to someone else who feels like it's probably Ben Mulrooney who's going to be the next one. But it's been really interesting to watch because if you watch certain players in the political game, Corey Tenike is one to always watch, and Nick Kuvalis is another one to always watch. So Kuvalis is like one of the biggest conservative pollsters in the province, if not the country. And Corey Tenike is a former employee of the Conservative Party. He's a lobbyist. He runs a lobbying firm. And the two of them have been they went hard at Pierre during this campaign and really like knocked him down over and over again. And both of them are very close with Caroline Mulrooney, who was the former AG for Ontario. And now Ben Mulrooney, her brother, who is an entertainment talk show host, who's never, like, I've never seen anything political from him before. My Twitter feed, I don't even follow him, and my Twitter feed is just filled with his political commentary now, in support of the Conservative Party, not necessarily in support of Pierre Poilievre, but in support of the Conservative Party. And he's putting up a lot of videos about his father and, things that his dad did. And so I can see, like, I feel like they're grooming one of the two of them to become the next leader of the Conservative Party. I don't think that either of them will turn the party around. Their establishment. I think that whoever is doing this, whether it's Tenike or Kuvalis or someone at the party or whatever, I think that they're off the mark. I think that they're missing the fact that actually Canadians don't care about legacy politicians anymore. They don't care that someone's dad was the prime minister. I mean, we just went through that, right? With Justin Trudeau. We don't care anymore. We want something new. We want an actual change. We don't want Ben or Caroline Mulrooney, but both of them will play well. Caroline is a relatively young woman. She's fairly good looking. She could appeal to a different kind of person, but and then Ben with his entertainment, background. I think that they're thinking that maybe that will appeal to the youth, but the youth don't care about celebrity culture anymore. So I think that they're missing the mark once again. But that's what I expect. That's what I am anticipating if no one steps in and does anything about what's going on at the party.
You know who would be the perfect replacement for the leader of the CPC? Doug Ford.
Well, people are talking about it a lot today.
And you know why that is? Because that would basically tell everybody that the CPC is actually liberal in disguise.
Yes.
And it would be basically doing to the CPC what Jagmeet Singh did to the NDP, and it would completely wipe out the party.
Yeah, I agree. But I don't think that if it was Caroline or Ben Mulrooney, I don't think that the outcome would actually be different either. I think that they are both so tied to their father's agenda, which of course we know what that was. It was,
and he was a red Tory.
Yes.
People call him a conservative, but he was basically a liberal.
He was, and he's the one who brought in free trade that ended up dismantling our entire manufacturing sector and our natural resource sector. He was the one who started selling off our gold reserves in mass quantities. I mean,
yes,
he did GST. He did a ton to set us onto the path that we are currently seeing. So, but I do think that Mulrooney's, unless Nick Kuvalis and Corey Tenag are listening right now, I'm going to tell them it's a bad idea. It's a really bad idea for the Conservative Party, but it's not bad for us at the PPC, right? Like, to see the Conservative Party tank. And we've seen this happen. Like, we saw it happen to the Liberal Party. It is possible for a major party to fall apart and lose party status and all of that stuff. We saw it with the Liberals through like the Ignatieff and whatever that other guy's name was years. We saw it through in Ontario. We saw it with the provincial Liberals. They got decimated and were down to non-party status prior to this last election. Parties can be decimated, and generally it's because of who they choose as their leader. And that's, and let's not like, I'm not saying it's because of the people who choose, like, it's not the electorate who chooses the leader. It's the party who chooses the leader. And you see what happens when they're misguided. And obviously the Conservative Party is completely misguided. I will say that I think that the Conservative Party is shocked that Pierre Poilievre not only lost the election, but lost his own seat. I don't think that they saw this coming. I don't know what their internal polling was telling them. But if it was telling them that this was going to happen, then his campaign should have pivoted back to his riding, like, immediately, so that at least at the end of the day, he still had a seat. So I'm not sure what they were seeing, but it certainly wasn't what anyone who pays attention was seeing.
They were in a blind panic the last couple months. I think they did not understand what was going on, and I do believe that they panicked and they said, and they started governing by polling, by their pollsters again, right? How am I doing in the polls? Oh, you're gonna have to move left because you're seen as too Trumpian, and boom, it happened again. Same old, same old.
And all they were bragging about was how big their rallies were. That doesn't translate into vote count or seat count clearly.
Tyler.
And like one of the things, like, I think it was the day before the election, I put out a post saying, like, what do you think is going to be the result of the election? And I said, I think it's going to be a Liberal minority with a Bloc Québécois holding balance of power. And pretty much everybody said, nope, Conservative supermajority, Conservative majority, Conservative. So not only was the party disillusioned, but their own supporters were disillusioned too, to the obvious.
I blame the Conservative base. I mean, the PPC base, they're kind of active. I didn't get much help either, but like the Conservatives, I'm in this Signal group. We all got doxxed after we donated to the trucker convoy. We stuck together through thick and thin, but they wouldn't support me for PPC. They said we have to support Conservative. And I'm watching them having these meltdowns in these Signal groups. And I'm telling them, I'm like, guys, if you want Pierre to win, stop bitching and complaining in here. Just go out and bitch and complain in a park. Hold a sign for just the Pierre sign. Just hold a sign in the park. But nobody does that. They just stay home and complain. And then they lost.
Did you guys see this? Can I share a screen here without doxing myself? Because I don't like people to know who I am on Twitter. Maybe I probably, no, I'm not going to do it. But anyway, there was a great tweet by so this is sort of, no, I will come back to what you just said, but I wanted to get to this because it's something that we were talking about earlier about, what happened. And there was a tweet from Pagliacci, the Hated. I don't know if you guys follow her on Twitter. She's great. Anyway, she said, for those of you confused about what happened in Canada yesterday, let me put it like this. And so she goes into her thing. I'll just be brief. It's a long tweet, but she says, a guy who wants infinity Indians so boomers can keep their property values up, or a guy who wants infinity Indians so corporations have a steady flow of compliant slaves and never have to hire actual Canadians. Boomers went with the obvious best choice for them. consumed by greed and self-indulgence to the point that they will giddily sell their own grandkids for an extra few Florida vacations before they hit the dirt. So anyway, she goes through it. It's a phenomenal tweet. I wish I could put it up without doxing myself. Anyway, and then she says, for actual normal Canadians of no particular ideological sway. Okay, so these are the people who will go back and forth between conservative and liberal election to election, or who are non-voters typically. Both sides were effectively identical on the issue that impacted the country the most, and they knew no change was imminent on that front. So the choice boiled down to convenience. One side promised to let them keep what measly few benefits they get that make their lives a bit easier, such as affordable childcare, while the other side is known for almost always cutting those benefits. So is it any surprise that they then made a calculation and decided, if I'm going to lose my house and job to Rajinder, no matter who gets in, might as well vote for the party that will at least give me welfare after I do. And I feel like that's what, like, I really feel like that's one of the best breakdowns I've seen of what happened. But it also sort of speaks to what you just said, Payman, just like where people's heads are at. Like, they're not actually, like, most people aren't actually willing to go out and do any of the work that needs to be done. What they're trying to do is preserve whatever they have left. And if that means that they need to vote for Mark Carney in order to preserve their child benefit or their dental care or their child benefit, did I say child benefit? Daycare, child benefit, whatever, then that's who they're going to vote for. And I'm not saying that Pierre would have cut any of those things, but, you know, historically, that's what it's looking like. And when you see your life going down the toilet and everything, you know, you're just trying to hang on, right? But you're right. People need to do what you said. Go out in the park and wave your effing sign, right?
You
like,
got to get involved, yeah.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, because if you're not willing to get involved, then what else? Like, there's going to be nothing to preserve or conserve at any point anyway.
Well, you can be guaranteed the other side's involved. Tyler, I want to go to you. You gave me some advice. Tyler's helped me out with my campaign. So when I said no one helped, I was clearly lying. You said, like, for the love of God, whatever you do, never use the word cuts. Like, how can you balance the budget, pay down the debt without using the C word?
You reframe it. What did Trump do? He said he would get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. He reframed it in that way of, oh, the government is wasting the money on stupid stuff, which they are. If you say cut, the implication psychologically is, oh, I'm losing what I'm already getting. But if you frame it as, again, waste, fraud, and abuse, the person who is getting those benefits is like, well, I'm legitimately getting them. And we know that this system is incredibly abused and corrupt to no end. Clean that up. Maybe I, the person who's getting benefits, will get more benefits because it's a massive strain on the system. And that's how partially Trump won the 18 to 35-year-old male who has dropped out of society, basically become, you know, the American equivalent of a NEET, or, you know, and like some of them are on long-term disabilities, stuff like that. So, I mean, if anybody would just look at what Trump was doing in America and the groups he brought together as a coalition and just straight up copied that, it would work in Canada, no problems, because the similar demographics when it comes to who's going to vote which way are very similar. And it's like Trump easily won demographics that no conservative has ever gotten close to. He had massive gains with the male Latino vote, the black male vote. he won over crunchy moms with embracing Robert F. Kennedy. He won over Brett Weinstein, the most progressive part of the intellectual dark web when that was still a thing. Like, at this point, anybody that really wants to do anything in North American politics, I would also just say Western politics in general, just copy what Trump does because it's so effective. Like, Trump has spent 50 years learning how to perfect marketing. He is the master of marketing. He's able to, sell himself as like an imbecile a little bit with the way he talks, but it's so effective. I remember in the 2020 campaign watching with my dad on the final rally that he did. It was after 4 other rallies that day. He was upselling the American people on Air Force One right behind him in the background, and everybody was was encapsulated and just listening to him being like, "This is like the greatest airplane ever. I got a fabulous deal. You wouldn't believe it. Boeing bent down to me. It was the greatest thing ever." And then after doing like 30 minutes of that, went on and did another 45 minutes on Jerusalem marble being the greatest marble on earth. And everybody, like, I stood there watching it. I was like, this is unbelievable. He's talking about, stuff that nobody is going to experience. Like, who can afford Jerusalem marble? Who's going to fly on Air Force One? And yet everybody was out there at like, from, what was it, like 8:30 to almost 10 o'clock at night in cold, I think it was Michigan at the time, just listening to the man talk. If he can sell you on that, like, politics is easy for him. So I do not know why people just don't look at Trump, study him, and just copy everything. It's so effective.
We need a marble policy platform in the PPC.
Do you know? I have to say. So when I ran my campaign in 2021, I had an amazing campaign manager. His name's Alex, and his wife Rachel was basically my administrator, and we all lived in a house together. I rented a house for the 3 of us, and then we had Tyler Russell, who is Canada. He had the Canada First thing that he used to do a podcast every night. So we all lived together, the 4 of us. With my children, my poor kids. And our strategy in 2021 was whatever Trump did, let's do that. And now Trump was more effective this time around than he was back then. But even back then, like, we could see that was the plan, that was the play. People want like authenticity, brutal honesty. They just want you to actually like talk with them in a way that's engaging to people. And now, listen, I didn't win, okay, but I still, like, I got 13% of the vote in 2021. And that was pretty good showing for a PPC candidate in Elgin, Middlesex, London. And we did rallies. We did 4 rallies a week. It was, now, like, this election was a little bit different because I knew that I was the candidate several months prior to my campaign. So I had time to organize people and get everything in order. And I was running No More Lockdowns at the time. So I had that whole infrastructure. So, like, that it was a little bit different. But that was our entire strategy. Whatever Trump does, just do what Trump does. And it worked. Again, we didn't win, but it did work. That riding was funded for the last 4 years, and still has a ton of money sitting in the bank. And that's what we need, right? Is people to get funded so that money can be in the bank, so that the next time around we're ready to go. It's just such an easy playbook. Just do what Trump does.
Anybody want to comment on that?
I've just got one thing. Like the way Trump played this election was fantastic for him, but also he got the media to not call him on something that was, everybody would expect, media headlines. And that's when he was at Madison Square Gardens and he made that gays for Trump joke where he's like, where are the gays for Trump? Where are the gays for Trump? He finds them and he's like, you don't look gay. And nobody jumped on that. Nobody. It went silent. They went like, oh, the American Nazi Party used to had a rally at the old Madison Square Gardens. But they didn't jump on that one because if they amplified that, he was popular with a certain demographic of gay men. And it's the gay male that does not like the alphabet mafia. And that's why they didn't jump on it. Like,
well, also Donald Trump is the world's biggest Zionist, so that angle doesn't work too well. Being a Jew hater when he's anything but. So
there is that issue.
Yeah,
but you can take the good parts of his campaign.
Absolutely.
And utilize the good parts and leave behind.
I mean, for instance, during COVID. When his Operation Warp Speed plan was being rolled out, it was a military operation that he let slip. But there was a time after he remember he did that speech where he says, "Yeah, we have to beat this. We have to beat this virus. The only way you can do is by testing." And then the president for Abbott Laboratories, who makes PCR machines, came into the Rose Garden as he's saying that, and they had all these PCR tests out on the table, and as he allowed the president of Abbott Laboratories to do his spiel, he went over like a Price is Right model and was showing off these PCR machines to the cameras, the ultimate salesman of the PCR machines that destroyed our lives. So Donald Trump has got some good parts about him, but we have to remember he's Mr. Operation Warp Speed. He's Mr. Vaccine. The vaccine saved millions of lives. He's also the guy that's failing to end the Ukraine war like he said he was. He's also the guy that's allowing a genocide to occur right now. He's also the guy that has gone against his base over and over and over again, and they keep giving him the pass because he's in a cult of personality. So let's not get too crazy. Some of his ideas are good. Bringing back to manufacturing base and industrial base and all that. His instincts are good. I want to end the wars, but he can never get it done because he's hamstrung on all sides by the people that control him.
I agree with everything. I agree with everything you just said. Sorry. I just want to say, like, what Donald Trump did was that he showed us that, so I call it old paradigm, new paradigm. So he showed us that we have moved into a new paradigm. So this talk Kevin was saying earlier about how, like, and I saw this throughout this campaign where it was like, oh, well, Pierre can't say that because of the media. He can't say that because he's afraid of the media. What Donald Trump showed us was that that's actually not what people want. They don't want cowardice. They want someone to be authentic. Okay. And that, like, I have a million issues with Trump as well. Even though I'm generally a supporter, I do have a lot of issues with things that he's done and things that he said. But what he showed us is that you can actually do politics a different way and be successful. And I think we need to take those lessons from what he's done and incorporate them into what we're doing now.
I just want to introduce, I'll let you go, Government. David's here. Welcome, David. Go ahead, Gov.
I think one of the things that, we need to do fundamentally is explain to Canadians where this path leads. We can compare our economy to the Venezuelan economy from 20 years ago, where they attacked the oil fields, destroyed all the capital, had massive inflation, hyperinflation, economic collapse, and starvation. it may not be, it may not, be in a carbon copy, but it rhymes, right? So so we need somebody to explain to Canadians that this is going to be the end result in 5, 10, 15 years from now if we continue on this path. And the only way to deviate from this path is a massive shift in policy. And you might not agree. You may be a Trump supporter, but I like what Melee did, and we need somebody like Melee to come in and basically not axe the tax, but take a chainsaw to the state. That is fundamentally what we need to do, because right now the Canadian economy, 50% of it is government. 50% of our GDP is government, and that doesn't even take into consideration private contractors that only work for the government. So so we're well on our way to what was communist USSR was maybe 65, maybe 70%. So we're well on our way to that style of system. But the problem is that when the vote is offered, like how you framed it, if I'm going to lose my house, at least I'm going to vote for some welfare. But a government that can give you everything is the same government that can take everything away, right? So this path will lead to far more disaster and far more deaths than if we were to correct it now. But I don't know if we can do that.
Well, and that's so I'm gonna make room for David here for a second, but just when we go back to that conversation about cuts, and Tyler was talking about this, how do you talk about cuts? Well, you know what? Like, I actually don't have any. I'm going to say something. Oh God, should I say this? I don't know. Okay, I'm going to think about whether I'm going to say this. But like the way that the PBC talks about it is, we're going to cut foreign spending. Okay, that's a cut that we can make that is actually going to be tangible and make the lives of Canadians better. So I know Kevin's an ANCAP. Okay, so we differ a little bit. I'm gonna call myself a national socialist with no Nazi connotation at all.
On, man.
But
YouTube, don't listen to this.
Yeah, but in terms of I want my country to come first, and I want my people, my neighbors, my friends, my family to be taken care of. Okay, and that's not about government taking care of everything, but it's let's focus on us and take care of the people who need taken care of. And I know when my dad was in government, or in an elected member, I was in my early 20s, and I sort of asked him, what is it that what is the role of government in your eyes? And he said, we need to take care of the people who can't take care of themselves, and we need to make sure that they get to a place where they can. And for me, that is the role of government. So I don't want to see cuts to services for people. Okay, especially when so many people are struggling and suffering, right?
Let me jump in.
But I want them to be. Yeah.
I think it's a good segue for David. David, what do you think the role of government is? David is a huge socialist. He believes in big government.
Oh yeah. Well, gee whiz. Someone mentioned the vaccine, Trump and the warp speed. Yeah, that's interesting. Now he's all about the cancer vaccines, right? The Stargate vaccine with Larry Ellison and the gang. Anyway, so that's fun. He's in that game again. Well, any good psyop has two sides, right? The left and the right can both be mind controlled and steered. For example, Donald Trump and these tariffs and all this stuff in the news. CBC narrative, really, is what it is. You get the elbows up fallout from that. Those people are all completely psyoped. But then we have the 51st state people who, so then the right, quote, are also psyoped by this bullshit. Who cares about Donald Trump? The role of government is to control you. That's it. And if you want to take care of the sick, that's the family's job, probably, in some sense, too. Of course, I'm an anarchist, quite the opposite of a socialist. I don't think government is important at all. I think we need strong people. Never going to happen. And I realize anarchists are dreamers. Never going to happen. To live in a world without government or people to tell you what to do all the time. Or maybe a very small government. Fix the roads and fuck off. That's my version of anarchism. Fix the roads and fuck off. And I don't know, fix the food industry. And I think a lot of things would come from that. More land, more agriculture, some more marketplaces for food and exchange, people getting healthy, learning skills, working their land. I don't know, going back in time a little, but again, anarchists are dreamers, never going to happen. But I don't care. If we want strong individuals, we're going to need anarchists in our society too, who believe in becoming strong themselves and strengthening their family thereby, and actually getting land, doing it. I don't know, engaging in farmers markets, doing things, getting strong for the community, strong for the family, strong for yourself. So government, is it needed at all? And I know, hey, it's election season. My opinions are probably not apropos for this conversation here, but it's fun to be a part of it. I'm in Canada too, and I just have a different thought. Hey, I voted this year for the first time in like 20 years. So I feel that there's maybe a political solution here somewhere. Sure, fine. I'm growing up. I'm maturing. But I don't know. Those are my thoughts. A few things to throw into the mix. Maybe stir the pot a little. Over.
to go on to that conversation. This should be the way that we should be framing the conversation. What is the role of government? Traditionally, what is the role of the state? And for me, it would have three traditional roles: to protect the rights and the liberties of the people, to secure the border, and have a functioning military. That's traditionally what it should do. And now let's grade the government on those three traditional roles. It trampled our civil rights. It has destroyed the borders and massive immigration into a welfare state, and it has decimated the military. So the question should be, why do we even need a federal government at all when they failed in their three most primary tasks? We should be abolishing this 338, 343, or whatever, and at least transfer down the powers and let the provinces take care of themselves. And if they can't take care of themselves, transfer it down to a more local level. Canada has way too much government. There's no reason for 1 in 4 people to be employed by the state, whether it's municipal or federal. There's just no reason for that. And so that should be the real question: is why do we need a federal government at all when they failed in their most basic tasks?
I don't disagree with either of you guys. I think that we come at this in I think that part of the issue is that I'm a woman. So I have the nurturing mom thing in me. And I want to see people taken care of. But certainly less government is a much better option than more. And we need far less of it in our lives, because at this point, they're not taking care. They're not protecting people who need to be protected or helping people who need to be helped. And they are making it impossible for those of us who should be living, independent lives that are prosperous and successful and happy. They're making it impossible for us to do so. And so I don't disagree with either of you. As little government as possible is what I would aim for. But yeah, the mom in me is just I want to see some people taken care of, but I want the end goal for them. The end goal for me is for them to be able to take care of themselves. Right. So I've got all kinds of ideas that now I'm going to go provincial here for a second because it's provincial jurisdiction. But I've got all kinds of ideas for welfare reform. And they're no brainers. Right. In my mind, they're no brainers. But our government seems hell bent on making people dependent on the state for as long and for as many generations as possible. And you see the move towards this as well through, the discussion about UBI and things like that. They want people more dependent. And the best place to look, if you want to look at home, the best place to look for what total government intervention and total government dependence does to people, you just have to look at our native reserves.
Yeah.
Look at Northern Ontario and Quebec and their native reserves. That's what total government intervention does.
Does anybody know what this quote is from without Googling it? A wise and frugal government which shall restrain men
Karl
from injuring
Marx?
them. Sorry, no. It's Thomas Jefferson's inaugural address, Some of Good Government, is one that leaves people free to pursue their own life and just make sure that they don't injure themselves. A criminal code.
Yeah, I went with the exact opposite.
Exactly. Yeah.
I was being facetious.
And everybody's
our BNI book come from leftist backgrounds, so we got the.
Everybody is like, the government has to, take care of the economy and yada yada yada. Okay, so let's just say we'll take that at face value. How many of our politicians, are trained in economics? How many have read Hayek? How many have read, Sowell? How many have read Mises? Probably zero. Zero. The Road to Serfdom should be a fundamental read for every single politician. Yet nobody has read it. And if you listen to what the economist Mark Carney is saying, it's literally describing what Hayek was warning about. That's what we're going: collectivism, totalitarianism, and it's so predictable. So they can't even if the job of the government is to grow the economy, but they don't have any understanding in economics, that's just a disaster waiting to happen.
I read when I was in high school, we had to read The Invisible Hand. I can't remember who wrote that, but you'll know, Kevin. What's that? Smith. Okay. So The Invisible Hand of the Market. And I had to read that in high school, and you learned about how the market actually works and the philosophy behind it. And I'm sure they don't teach that in high school anymore. And I'm not that old, but I'm kind of old, but I'm not that old. And we had to read that when we were in high school to learn about economics and how our system actually works. And
we also in high school, we also read Animal Farm. We also read The Chrysalids. We also read 1984 Orwell.
Yeah.
I mean, we were maybe the last generation, Chelsea. Our generation were some kind of idea of this whole the dangers of communism. Because even though I was a dyed-in-the-wool socialist and I was an NDPer and I was a Tommy Douglas NDPer, we also realized the dangers of totalitarianism. That the best government you could have is you got to have a free market economy with people incentivized to go make money, but you also have a social safety net for the old folks and for people who have disabilities. And the problem is that that one side of the social safety net has grown beyond its ability to take care of itself, and it's including people who should not be on it, people who are cheating the system, because people are corrupt, and you have to crack down on that, or else it always just implodes on itself. That's why communism failed.
Well, one of the things that Kevin was just talking about is, sorry, I'm pointing to him on my screen. I don't know where he is on your screen, but Kevin, talking about the federal government. I mean, one of the things that Justin Trudeau did, and I'll give kudos to Trump on this because he's been talking a lot about it, is Trudeau took provincial jurisdiction and took it into the federal realm, which is something that Trump has been trying to crack down on in the States, right? Where he's saying, this is not a federal issue. This is a state issue and it should be left to the states. And our federal government has grown so large and so arrogant in their actions that we see things like dental plan for, a federal dental plan. Well, every single province has a dental plan for low-income people. In Ontario, it's called Healthy Smiles.
you also have to blame the premiers because of their willingness to
Certainly.
take federal money.
Yep.
You know,
Say-
both sides are guilty.
100%. And then $10 a day daycare. Well, every single province already had subsidized daycare. Okay. I know these things because I was a single mother for a long time. And my kids and myself had access to these programs. And so why, like, when we have these programs in place already, which is strictly provincial jurisdiction, or in some cases municipal jurisdiction, like, you know, in terms of daycare, why then do we need a federal program?
Chelsea,
We don't.
Let me jump in and let me get Tyler and David in here because they've been a little
Sure.
quiet. Tyler, what are your thoughts on what Chelsea just said? Like, what's your view on federal $10 a day daycare, $10 a day daycare generally? Go ahead.
It could never work. And even had a chance of working. The federal government's too far removed to ever allocate funds like that correctly. It's way out of their jurisdiction. But it was never about, you know, doing anything right. It was all about buying votes and buying off, you know, provinces and, you know, getting them. If you run the money from the federal government to the provinces, the federal government is going to take whatever their cut is in, you know, corruption, and then the provinces are then going to do that as well. Now, I'm sorry, I have to actually go. My dog needs a lot of attention. So
See you later, buddy.
thank you for
Thanks
having me
joining.
on.
Bye. David? I forget the question. You're muted.
I have don't worry about the question, because I have a comment about the greatness of the Liberal victory. I've been rethinking this. Of course, everyone woke up with a bit of a toothache this morning because of this bullshit that this guy won. But I've been thinking more about it today, and I thought, you know, let's accelerate this disaster further, quicker, so people will wake up quicker. You know, if see, when Donald Trump won the election, there was a catharsis. There's a lot of pent up feelings, emotions, and once he came in and banned the transgender people from competing and all these little things, that's a cathartic moment. You're like, oh wow, someone's doing some common sense things. But then he's rolling with the Stargate vaccines, of course, and the AI New World Order. But anyway, I was thinking that the Liberal victory is a good thing for Canada, because fuck it, let's see how shitty things can get, and let's do it quickly. Fuck it.
That's why I was advocating for Rachel Gilmore to be prime minister. I mean, like, if we're going to go down, we might as well go down comically and in the quickest way possible.
You know, on the
I don't think there was anything much more comical than watching his speech last night. They had that one guy over his left shoulder who kept having up the sign and looked like he looked like some kind of escapee from the mental hospital. And then afterwards, after his great victory, there's hardly a round of applause. He walks through the crowd and they do the elbows up frickin' dance, and I'm going, oh my God, this looks like a skit from This Hour Is 22 Minutes, for Christ's sake.
But this is what you just said, David, is something that I believe that Kevin and I used to talk all the time. And this is something that him and I used to talk about. Like, how can we accelerate this? Because, like, the slow path to death is not good. Like,
that's the Fabian Society's that's the Fabian Society's great skill. The cult socialist people who are running the government, let's be honest, they specialize in a very slow form of communism, right? Very slow. But now we're seeing it, and it's hard to describe what's going on in Canada right now. It really is. It's like, is it communism or is it not? We're right on the fucking razor's edge, to be honest, aren't we? Although with the private-public partnership, that's more akin to fascism. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
Personally, like, I thought about this, you know, a lot, and you know, basically what I think Canada is, they took the worst part of every single authoritarian system and kind of merged it together. You know, so some communal fascist monster.
It's like the AIDS quilt of totalitarianism.
Yeah, a despotic hydra. Despotic hydra. Oh, I'm going to coin that. What's Canada?
And that's why, Canada can't be saved with the people that are living in it. Stick a fork in it, it's done. The only way that it can save is complete collapse and rebuild from the ashes. But the question is, when it does collapse, who is going to be the ones to rebuild it? And we all know it'll be the same people that brought it down, and we're just going to repeat the stupid cycle over and over again.
Well, Leighton Gray gave a good white pill on the stream last night with us. He said that Europe, there's countries that are changing away from this global. They're realizing what's going on with the globalist agenda, the flood of immigration and the destruction of countries in various different ways. Eat the bugs and all this other bullshit that's happening. People are waking up a little bit, but again, I don't know. We're headed for a great collapse, decline. I don't know what's going to happen, but the road we're on is not turning around, and there's no way to turn it around, I don't think. But maybe that's a good thing, man. Maybe the snake has to eat its own tail to get. We're almost at the head. It's going to swallow its own brains here in a second because this elbows up movement. There's no brains.
Well, so many of the mainstream, so many mainstream Canadians, these wishy-washy people in the middle, they're addicted to the free. They're addicted to handouts. They're addicted to this lifestyle. They're addicted to having everything go their own ways. And once that supply is gone, all of a sudden it's cut off, right? They'll hit rock bottom, and that's what we need. They're addicts, and they need to hit rock bottom before they wake up. They have to admit they have a problem.
I believe that what is going to wake people up is, so CBDCs are going to come in, the social credit is going to come in, people are going to live under the system, and then they're going to realize how draconian it is and how bad it is. It might take 10, 15 years to get to that point, but it's going to be, maybe 1 or 2 generations down the road that, are born into this, slave mentality, that there's just going to be a natural revolt. That's what history says happens, every 5 or 6 generations. I think it was Thomas Jefferson who said that, you're only 5 or 6 generations away from tyranny. And here we are. So another 10, 15, 20 years, there's going to be a major moment. And this ties into, economic theory with, Fibonacci cycles, of, the fourth turning, if you want to call it, somewhere, between like 2030 and 2050, economic winter, if you want to call it, there's a severe, high risk of some bad things happening. But again, let the snake eat its tail, and then after economic winter, we move into economic spring, and the period that we move out of that, 2050, 2060, 2070. Hopefully, if we get our shit together, we can make it a lot more prosperous for our children and grandchildren. But there's a lot of shit that we have to get through first.
I think they're amping up the timeline. I think they've targeted 2030. I think and they've already and they openly talk about they're ready for an angrier world, and they want the chaos because order out of chaos. So I think they're really escalating it.
I do think
they want anarchy. Anarcho tyranny is what they want. They want anarcho tyranny.
I do think though that there is I always try to look for what the silver lining is here. And so one of the things they have, one of their goals, right, is to destroy the family unit, to destroy nuclear families, to destroy that bond. And they've been very, very successful at it, incredibly successful through a ton of different mechanisms, whether it's, promoting sexual promiscuity in young women, or homosexuality. And I don't have an issue with homosexuals, I'm just going to say that, but promoting that, and then they escalated that into the transgender movement and sterilizing and mutilating kids. And there's all kinds of ways that they've done it, and they've also done it through I was just talking to my dad about this the other day. There's no actual material benefit for people to get married anymore. In fact, your taxes, you're fucked, basically. You lose any benefit that you could have gotten. And, so they do all of these things to destroy the family unit. But what they've done is they have screwed, I'll say, 2 entire generations, the millennials, which is my generation, and the Gen Z, generation, they've screwed them out of any real financial stability. And what that is going to cause, and what it has been causing, is multi-generational homes. So what they're actually doing is driving grown children back into their parents' homes, and that's being billed as something bad, but it's actually a really good thing. And so it's like their bad moves to destroy the family are actually making it like it's a necessity for people to live with their parents, to live with their siblings, to live with their children, their nieces, their nephews, their grandchildren, all of that stuff. And so like, I think that there is a silver lining in this, that they accelerated this decline so quickly that we're now getting back to a place where we're making family the center of everything that we do. Those of us who are lucky enough to have parents who are still together, and sibling relationships that we still value, and all of that stuff. But I do think that that's something that is going to happen. Certainly, like, I know if I ever need anything, if I ever find myself in a terrible situation, which I have before, I can go back to my parents. And like my husband and I talk about it all the time. Like, if the world is ending, the place we're going is my parents' house. And my parents have set up their place so that that's somewhere where me, my husband, my kids, my brothers, all of their kids can all go back to. And so there is something in that where it's like it's the pendulum that has swung. It just hasn't quite swung for all of society yet. But I do think that there is a growing movement of multi-generational homes that is going to happen. I see it back home. People are building like modular homes boomers are building modular homes in their backyards for them to live in, and then their kids live in their homes. And so there is hope. It might be slim, but I do think that it will happen.
Well, the voting demographic is what gives us our hope, because the younger people are the ones voting. Yeah, put that back up again. Shows you the younger people are voting our way. They're eventually going to swing.
Yes.
We just have to wait for them to get some more years under their belt, and then we'll have a chance then, because the boomers, they're dying out, and they're the ones who are easily manipulated and brainwashed since birth to believe all these mainstream media narratives. So I think there's hope.
Do you guys want to have a conversation about the boomers?
Can I just, before we do, just one thing. I have two economic advisors. I'm using that loosely. One of them's in the comments, self-governed. So originally, self-governed told me, like, the breakup of the family unit, it was as a consequence of the debt. And then my other economic advisor, he kind of explained this to me in 1972, that the minority government of Trudeau printed so much money that, like, a house in the 70s that cost 20 grand, by the 80s, it would cost 120 grand. So a six-fold increase. And his argument is, like, the people that brought that system, they understood that if you inflate money, you can inflate out your debt. This is the whole thing of taking a loan, knowing there's inflation, and then your loan is worth less when you pay it back. But he goes, what happened is the people that the World War II generation born in the 1920s who did the right thing, they downsized their home. They sold their $20,000 home, $15,000 in the bank, moved into a $5,000 home. That $15,000 got inflated out of existence. In 10 years, it became $2,500. So now they become dependent on the government. And this is where the social services cycle comes in. It's one thing if someone breaks their leg or you got a single mother. But now, because of the inflation, you need social services, and the social services cause more inflation. And we're stuck in that trap. And the breakup of the family unit is part of that, where you can't support your family, you're dependent on the government.
And we could even apply that to Trudeau's most recent tenure when he came into power, and instead of talking about, let's talk about the price of gold. Gold was $1,500 Canadian when he came into power in 2015, and when it's $4,500-$4,600 Canadian now. Basically approaching $5,000. So that's 2.5 times increase on the price of gold. So inverse relationship to purchasing power, the Canadian dollar has lost 60% of its buying power, 65% of its buying power in the last 10 years. And if you take a look at, your cost of food, the cost of housing, or the cost of anything, it's everything is more than doubled. So yes, the government the government borrowed a ton of money. The Bank of Canada printed it up out of thin air, spent $4 trillion and destroyed the purchasing power of the dollar. And now we're living through a crisis, an inflation crisis that the government and the central bank created.
Yeah, we talked about that before, and we had Andre and Matthew here. And
sorry to hijack the conversation. We can go back to boomers if you want.
Go ahead.
So I am totally I'm kind of speechless about the boomers, but I also have a lot of thoughts about them, and they've done a lot of terrible things to this country, and a lot of people have suffered because of their choices. But I started thinking about like what it was, like what made them this way. And I remember when I was a kid, my mom used to tell me about having to do nuclear bomb drills at school. And it was all the time. It wasn't like once in a while. It was like every week a nuclear bomb drill where the siren would go off and they would go hide under their desk. And knowing that, first of all, the desk isn't going to do anything. And second of all, if they somehow survived this nuclear bomb, then when they left the school, they would have nothing left. Nothing. Right? And I think that's a traumatic thing. And I've spoken to both my parents since I've started thinking about this. I've spoken to both of them. And for my dad to say something as traumatic is like, that's not in his character, right? But I was talking to him about it the other week, and he was like, yeah, it was super traumatic, like very, very traumatic. And I think that's one part of the boomer issue, is that they were all traumatized at some point. And I'm trying to be kind here, right? And give them the benefit of the doubt. But trauma can do a lot to a person's brain. And then the other thing, when I had the same conversation with my dad, he said he had been thinking about this too. And he said, the other thing was the fucking jingles. So they were the first generation to have access to television, right? And like just jingle after jingle after jingle after jingle. And I think about the movie Zoolander, where they're like brain programming Zoolander to become like an MK Ultra agent, basically. And you think about the trauma coupled with the nonstop advertisement jingles that, like, I feel like I said to my dad, I feel like the entire generation was MK Ultra. And of course it was the generation of MK Ultra, right? When it was like at its height. And I feel like that's why you see like we're all in this together. And they're like, all the boomers are like, we're all in this together. And then they're like, someone says elbows up and they're all like elbows up. Like every single slogan, like it like gets drilled into their heads, and then they just start doing it. And like they don't even think about it. They just do it. It's like a switch goes off. So like, I actually think that there's something to this boomer thing. And I think it's amazing that people are finally starting to talk about it and call it out, because of course, like at 39 years old, I'm an old millennial. I've spent my entire life being told by boomers that we're lazy, selfish, useless. We expect too much, even though we worked harder we had to work harder than anyone else. Right. But I really do think there's something to this. I think that boomers in the West were completely programmed.
It's ideological subversion. What Yuri Bezmenov laid out, they've been programmed to respond to a certain set of stimuli, and you can't change their mind, no matter how much facts you give them, no matter if you prove to them black is black and white is white. You cannot change their basic pattern of thinking. So in order to, you have to basically rid society of these people and re-educate a new generation of people with, common sense thinking. And that goes back to the problem that we say, even if the CPC would have won, let's just say they would have won their supermajority, nothing would have happened because the people have been, programmed in a certain way and will never accept a new system. So that is the problem that we're fighting with. We need to rid society, retrain a new generation, and it could take another 30 to 40 years, even if we start right now.
Do you want to say something, RB, and then I'll follow
Yeah,
up?
I just wanted to say it's time for me to go because I got to go take care of my wife for a while. So I've been too long neglecting her, and
You've only been here for 3 hours 53 minutes, RB.
So, and
just run her a bath, put some bubbles in it, she'll be fine.
Okay, thanks a lot. But I'll go now. Thanks for having me on for quite and
good to see you,
all
RB.
your guys' ideas. Nice to see all you guys again, and we'll have to do this again and keep doing it for the next 4 years so we can build up our base and really stick to the idea of professionalizing and organizing better, because that's the only way we're going to break through. Is we got to be better on the ground. Our communications lines got to be open too. So thanks for everything. Talk to you later.
Bye, RB.
I wanted to, well, let's go back to the other version. I wanted to say something. Oh, so I came here in '89 and I was 6 years old, and I noticed immediately that you guys, like when I say you guys, I mean old stock Canadians, natural born Canadians, you had lost your sovereignty. Like your children, even in '89, they didn't belong to you. They belonged to the state. I went to school and the teachers were talking about how in Scandinavia, they don't discipline. There's no corporal punishment. Nobody beats their children. It's the right way to do. Meanwhile, my house, like if I dragged mud into my house, my dad would like knock me from room to room. Like corporal punishment was a thing. Like you own your children. When we were in the Middle East, parents were responsible for their children. I remember I got sick. My dad put me in the car with the driver. We went door to door. We found a doctor. The doctor gave me antibiotics. It's not the same nowadays. If you get sick, you take him to the hospital or you take him to the clinic. You don't have that same sense of peril and you don't have that same sense of responsibility. And my point is, like, this has been going on for a very, very long time. And if you want to take it back to finances, I think the West, there's this impression that debt is okay. Whereas I don't know if you were watching that screen, the Frank guy, his father was in Nazi Germany. He survived it, but it was almost considered immoral to take out a loan, let alone take on debt. It's the same in Iran. You don't take out debt. You work your ass off, you make money, and then you pay cash. But like something has gone wrong in the West is what I'm saying.
Well, I do think that it depends where you grew up and how you grew up. Like I grew up in like very small town, Eastern Ontario, and we were very poor when I was a kid. So, and we had a lot of leeway, but very set rules about, how we were expected to behave and what we were expected to do. And there, because we were poor, that was the only way that it was going to work, right? There was 4 of us, and it had to be, even though we were allowed to pretty much do whatever we want, the expectations were clear. And so I definitely think that it depends where you grew up and what your circumstances were economically.
Yeah, we were in a rich community in West Vancouver. We had all these rich white people.
That was not my experience growing up.
And the worst part about it is, when government takes on debt, they're taking it out on a 20-year loan, a 30-year loan. So they're basically stealing prosperity from future generations to consume in the now, and then sticking the bill with the people that will never get to experience any of the benefits of it. Well, everybody that experienced the benefits of it have all died because that was 30 years ago. So that's the issue.
Well, you're describing.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Ladies first.
Okay, well, I was going to say, this is one thing, I consider myself sort of an old school parent. So there's no corporal punishment in my house, although sometimes I would like there to be, but there's not. But my kids know when I've reached the limit. But in terms of debt and how we live, again, you know, we live a comfortable life now, but we have been poor most of their lives. And I have never, ever lived on credit. I refused because we didn't, like in my estimation, we didn't have enough money to live on credit. And my kids, you know, they know now, but when they were a little bit younger, they would be like, why did they have an ATV and they have a snowmobile and they have a side by side and they have this and they, you know, all this stuff. And I would always explain to the kids, they don't own those things. They've borrowed money in order to get those things. And I'm not borrowing money because I don't we can't afford to borrow money. And so they're much better now. They don't ask me about why people own all of these things. But that's a lesson, that children need to learn is, you know, borrowing money is going to hurt you at the end of the day, especially if you can't afford to do so, which, you know, back to Kevin's point, our country can't afford to do so. But that's the stage being set for everyone, which is, you know, just borrow as much as you want, whenever you want. And
sorry if I can jump in, Gov, real quick. What, Gov, you're describing, what they euphemize as like a sovereign debt crisis, it's slavery. Like, you are brought into this world. You were never given I can't pass my debt on to someone else. Mm-hmm. You know, it's slavery.
Yeah. And you said that, you know, the West has this, you know, weird fascination with debt. And if you want to, you know, frame it onto an economics point of view, it's basically Keynesian style economics, where you borrow to spend because you didn't save enough, or you didn't produce enough. So you borrow the difference. Whereas, you know, true, you know, capitalism is you save your economic, you know, value, and then you use that to spend. You don't borrow into the future. So you know, I guess we can blame, you know, John Maynard Keynes and his, you know, and the MS and the media, you know, running with this, you know, economic theory as if it's, you know, the holy grail of economics. But, you know, as you alluded to, it leads to serfdom. It's economic slavery.
That was when my kids were young and I was on my own. And I was not I topped out at $42,000 a year at my like career, right? And I always had more money than my friends who were dual income families. And I had more money because I didn't have any credit. And that was like this is something like, you know, I'd say, oh, hey, you want to go out for a beer? And my friends would say, I can't afford to. And I'm thinking, how is this possible? Well, it's only because they were slaves to the debt that they had incurred. And this is,
do you want to know
this is what we're
something
doing
crazy?
on a grand scale. Yeah.
So our debt, think of it as a credit card, right? Like, you buy a cheeseburger on your credit card, you can't pay for that $20 cheeseburger, so you get another credit card to pay for the interest on that.
Yeah.
That's like accrued interest. Do you know how much of our federal debt is because of accrued interest, over 1.2 trillion? Just guess.
It's $1 billion a week.
No. Percentage wise, what percentage of our federal debt is because we couldn't pay the interest in time, so we had to take another loan?
It has to be approaching 25 to 30%.
Chelsea, without going over,
I don't know.
80%.
But the federal government takes in about $250 billion to $300 billion a year in taxes, and the interest on our debt is about $50 billion. So I guess I was looking at revenue
from the 1970s, from the time of Pierre Elliott Trudeau. If we had a $1 trillion debt, 200 billion of that went into infrastructure, like roads, highways, hospitals. 800 billion of that is because we took out a loan and we had to pay back the interest.
This is my husband, my first husband, who, sorry, my cat's coming up. I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. My husband, who's passed away, I remember one day we were sitting talking about this kind of stuff, and he said, "How do they not have all the money already?" By they, the government, right? This is what my cat does to me. She makes me sneeze.
Man, I have no social life. I have no girlfriend, no kids. I could talk stats all day long. Like,
But
the Trudeau government's brought in more in taxes, but they've increased the debt.
How did they not have all the money already? And I said to my husband at the time, they do. They've already accumulated all of the money. They just continue to print more because our money is based on nothing. And then but they have it. They have it all. And we just don't see a benefit from any of it. And it's absolutely wild what our government taxes. Like my husband now, my lovely second husband, like he shows me his pay stub on his phone every 2 weeks. And it's like $1,800 to $2,000 every 2 weeks in taxes. How can you justify that? Like, how can you justify that?
The people of Ukraine thank him.
Yes, exactly. Trust me, I know they do. I know. But this is, again, back to the cuts question, is you say we're going to stop spending money overseas. You know, you cut the overseas spending. But, I mean, it still doesn't mean that our government is going to do anything useful with our money. Look at our education system and our healthcare system. And I live in Sudbury. Holy Hannah. You should see the roads here. It's like a third world country. It's probably worse than that. There's nothing.
I was in Half Moon Bay. I was in Half Moon Bay. I came across this guy. He's paying $24,000 a year in property tax. $24,000 a year. That's like half a salary in property tax.
It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. And we all pat ourselves on the back because, we've got free healthcare apparently. Yeah, my husband's being taxed $4,000 a month. Where do you go with that? Like, I don't even know.
And then on top of that, the money that he's not taxed on, whatever he saves, it loses to inflation if you put it away.
That's right. Yeah.
So there's another getting taxed.
We talk all the time. So 10 years ago, I was a single mom with 2 kids making $42,000 a year. And he was a dad, married with 3 kids, making $50,000 a year. And both of us were more financially stable then than we are now. And he makes far more than those 2 salaries combined. How can that be?
Well, if that was 10 years ago, $50,000 in earnings, you need to make at least $150,000 to $175,000
exactly.
Today. Well, probably even more because your tax obligations go up. So you need to make about $200,000.
Yeah.
I think one of the reasons that they can get away with inflation is that it's very difficult to conceptualize what inflation is. Like if I have a printing press here and I print a bunch of money, why is it the cost of bread for Gov goes up, right? And the argument that too much money is chasing too few goods, it doesn't resonate the same way as it should.
And it's also a reason why they keep their inflation target at 2%. If they figured out that's the most they can rob people of their wealth without them waking up to realizing that they're getting robbed. So that's why it's, and again, they tell us it's 2%, but it's closer to 6 or 8%. But that's why their inflation target is always 2%. How much money can we rob from the people without them, without them revolting? 2% every year. And if you compound that, compounding is.
Can you imagine that? Like the Bank of Canada is admitting they're diluting the money supply. That's like if the liquor store said every month we're going to dilute the bottle of vodka with 2% water. You'd never go there.
and we've been
Yeah.
programmed to accept it. And Thomas Jefferson said that central banking is more dangerous to our freedoms and liberties than standing armies. And why do you think Canada has a central bank and no army?
Who was it? Our CRA has more employees than our army. I think they told
65,000 CRA workers, and then roughly the same of enlisted people in the CAF. So basically, if any country were to invade us, all we could do is audit them.
It's a good strategy. They just run away.
But that's a good segue into a different topic. I don't know what you guys talked about earlier, but that's a great topic because the other issue at hand is like how Trump impacted our election. And of course, all the conservatives are saying that it's Trump's fault that Pierre lost. But something that's a fascinating topic to me is why is Trump interested in Canada? And it's not because of his northern border, it's because of our northern border. Because he knows that we don't have the ability to defend from Russia or China from the north. And so that's I'm the segue spiderweb brain queen. But it's an interesting thing. We pay more people to audit taxes than we do to defend our country. And now we're wondering why the president to the south of us is interested in Canada as a landmass.
You go first, Gov, and then I'll go. It would help if you're unmuted.
I don't really have anything to say, but I guess even for me, the idea of traditional warfare where armies come in and take over and bomb cities, that's so archaic. That would never happen in today's day and age. You use 5G warfare, fifth generational warfare, and you can attack a population psychologically, economically, biologically, and take over an entire country without ever having to fire a single shot. That's far more effective. So when people are saying, "Oh, we need to protect ourselves from XYZ country coming in and invading us," it's never going to happen because number one, we've already been captured. And number two, there's far more efficient ways to take over a country than dropping bombs, blowing up the infrastructure, and then trying to rebuild.
Have you told that to NATO yet?
Yeah, don't want if you want my opinion on NATO, I think that they're a terrorist organization.
Well, they are. I agree. Because that's all they do is they just invade and bomb the shit out of people and kill them, and then walk away and say, "Whoa."
Because they
don't know why that country went to shit.
Because their business structure is to support both the military-industrial complex and the Black Rocks and so their business structure is to blow things up and to rebuild. They support both sides of the coin, so it makes sense to them. So any time there's a country is invaded, blows up, then it has to pay to rebuild. It's all a manufactured crisis by the same people pulling the same strings.
So I'll leave the NATO thing aside. That's another issue. I brought this guy up, and it's hard to read, but this is the financial policy that the Trump administration put out in November 2024, and it highlights everything that's going on. They have a two-pronged strategy. The first one was they wanted to take control of their money supply from the City of London back to the US. Above my pay grade, but this is the LIBOR SOFR thing. So they accomplished that. And then the second thing they wanted, with that, they can devalue their currency. It makes exports more attractive. And then they want to put tariffs to make imports less attractive to onshore industry. I think that's the bulk of what Trump wants to do. And then around that, you have other things. Fentanyl, obviously. He doesn't want Canada to turn into a narco state. You're right, Chelsea, the northern sea, whatever, the Arctic seaways, that's another one. Terrorism could be another one. And all of that falls under the whole Monroe Doctrine. So they're trying to consolidate North America. He's given up the global role of the U.S.
Yeah,
That's how I see this.
and it's not just about defending the northern border, but the Northwest Passage is like a key part of like it can be a key part of global trade. And I think that, you know, what we've seen happen with the Panama Canal, for example, and likewise what we've seen happen with the Suez Canal, where it was taken, you know, it was taken over and whatever. And obviously Panama was too, but like the Northwest Passage is a key trading route if other routes throughout the world are taken over by entities that are not friendly to America. And so there's so many things that no one's talking about in terms of why this 51st state thing is even being talked about. And I think our northern border and the Northwest Passage are two of those major issues for Donald Trump and for the Americans.
Yeah.
That's just I also love Stan Rogers, so I have, my heart is with the Northwest Passage. There's a little bit of Canadian in there for everyone. But no, it's very serious. Our northern border is super important. Geopolitically, it's super important.
Did you guys did you go to any debates involving boomers? I went to one, and oh my God, like they hate Donald Trump so much. I've never seen people hate Donald Trump more than the people in that room. The average age was like 90.
And they don't even know why. They don't even know why they hate him. Like you ask them, you know, give me 4 or 5 reasons as to, then they'll say, he's a racist, you know, the same talking points that were drilled into them by the TV newsman.
Yeah.
I went to one debate. So I went on behalf of Sherry St. Louis because she hates public speaking, and I love public speaking. It's my favorite thing to do in the world. And so I wasn't the candidate, but they let me read out a statement. And so I sat through the whole thing, and everyone in the room, I was going to say in the room was a boomer, except for one girl named Zach. Apparently, he's a he, him with green hair. She was the only one who wasn't a boomer. And so I went up and I was talking to people afterwards, and all of them were like, "We don't want to talk to you. We want nothing to do with you. Go away." And then of course I was like, "Well, no, like let's talk." And so we you know, I basically forced them to talk to me. And by the time we were done talking, we were friends. You know, everything was good. But it was like Boomer Con Central. And funnily enough, Mark Sarre was the MP up until yesterday. He was there. I forced him into a corner to talk to me. He's a boomer too. And he ended up losing. And you know who won that election? The guy who didn't show up to any of the debates. Another boomer.
Sounds like Canada. Gov, what's going on? Are you not paying your electric bill? Like your lighting is getting worse and worse.
Well, the sun's going down here. So
I'm up north, so we get more sunlight than you do.
I'm out west.
Yeah, well, it's 7:45 here, right? So
yeah, here too. It's still perfectly blue skies.
Yeah, you know,
but that's because I'm in the north.
It's the smog.
Yeah, I'm right on the U.S. border, so
yeah, I'm like
guys,
6-7 hours north.
Let's do one more. I was planning on doing this thing for like 45 minutes. It's been 4 hours. Let's do one question from the audience, and then let's wrap it up. This is a good question. Has Trump started a new era of politics, or will everything he did be reset when his term is done?
No idea. I don't really have an opinion one way or another. I'm not really a fan of Donald Trump, but you know, for reasons that I can actually quantify, but I don't really want to get into that here.
So I'll answer it because I'm mouthy and I like talking. I think that he has perhaps set a new course for a new era of politics. Not that I'm saying that I think that he's done everything right, but I think that he has shown that there's a different way to do things. And my hope is that people coming up through politics, especially young people, are encouraged by a different way. So, like I said, he's made missteps. Everyone's going to at some point. And this isn't me letting him off the hook, but I really do think that he has created what I call like a new paradigm of politics, where authenticity, truthfulness, being able to fuck up, excuse my language, but being able to, and not have that ruin everything for you. I think that he has actually created something new, and I don't know that Canada's quite ready for it yet. Clearly they're not, but I feel hopeful about it. I like not having to be polished, not having to be slick. That's when I like in all my years in politics, I always look at the politicians and I feel like you don't need to be slick. Okay, no one likes slick, but everyone does like slick. But now Trump isn't slick. He's just raw. And I think that there's an appetite for it. And I would love to see that come into play and just say, like, here's actually what's wrong and here's what I'm going to do about it. Instead of couching all of your language and everything you have to say in like coded language. So anyway, I do think that he's created something new. And I'd like to see it catch on, and I'd like to see it be done even better than he's done it, which is not in a slick way. I like people to just latch on to that authenticity.
So here's my answer. That the room I told you about with the boomers, where I was in the debate.
See, you almost called it a boom too.
Yeah, well, the boom with the boomers.
Room of boomers.
And I looked around the room and I'm like, these old people are never going to vote for me. So I had 5 minutes to give a speech and I used it to draw a line. I said in June 2016, we had Brexit. The international bankers in the city of London freaked out. They disqualified Bernie Sanders. They couldn't disqualify Trump. They pressured Zuckerberg in July of 2020. They managed to get Trump out. And I'm like drawing this line of what democracy, the two types of democracy, the will of the people versus the institutions. And then to your question, I said nothing in Canada matters. I don't care if Mark Carney wins or Pierre Poilievre. What matters is that Donald Trump secures the House and the Senate in the 2026 midterm elections, and then he onshores industry for 2 years. He sets the foundation for an 8-year Republican government with the House and the Senate. And if you can do that, if you can onshore industry, then maybe through osmosis we get some of that onshoring and some of that liberty up here. And I said, like, what I'm describing is a reversal of what FDR fucked us over with in the 30s and 40s, where he did the exact opposite, where he created this empire of democracy, the Democratic Party, and they just grew the government. If Donald Trump can do that, then we're set. But he's up against like just an entire onslaught of leftist factions that are going after him.
Yeah. Agreed.
The boomers were also that speechless when I said this. They did not like that. They did not like hearing that.
This is the first time they're ever being called out for anything. Like, I can't remember another time in my life where the boomers have actually been called out for their shit. And it's happening now. And so, but I think like Trump, like, back to the original question, I do think that Trump is part of the reason that this got put into motion, even though he's a boomer himself. He gave a voice to, I'll say 3 generations, X, Millennial, Z, He gave a voice to 3 generations of people who had been shut up and silenced for their entire lives. And that in and of itself is going to change the course of everything. Do I think that it's going to change overnight? Absolutely not. But it has given all of us a voice. Like, I think the 3 of us are about the same age. We're all millennials, old millennials. But, it's given all of us a voice to be able to actually stand up and say, hold on, like, what you did fucked us. And we're just seeing us being, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I should swear, but we're just seeing us all be fucked again, and it would have been the same if it was the conservatives or the liberals who had gotten in. It doesn't matter. But Trump has given younger people agency. I feel anyway. And that alone will change everything.
Final words, Gov. Fantastic speech.
He's
muted.
muted again.
I guess thanks for having me on. Oh, I guess I can say that Ron Paul was the best president America never had.
True.
Yeah.
Truth.
It's a good sign off. All right. Well, Chelsea, Gov, thanks for jumping in, and thank you very much to the audience. Bye, guys.
Thanks for having me. Bye.